Do 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 do. Yeah, man. He a fan. He a fan. He a fan. Hey, hey. Run for your life. We're just doing some criticism, man. Do 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 do. I told y'all, man, I'm on this vibration to the year infinity, man, because we're talking about two cross sticks coming back together. Hey, Bam Bam, man. Hey, y'all remember Bam Bam? Hey, Bam Bam, what you want, tribe? What you want, tribe? I know he's Caucasian, but you know what, man? It ain't even like that. It ain't even like that over here with Drop Nation, man. It's about energy, frequency, and vibration. And we've learned a lot watching Bam Bam throughout the years, man. Have we not? Have we not? You know, Bam Bam's for the tribe. Now, I'm a little upset, though, that Bam Bam's over here making charcoal for the cookout. And he ain't even invited Naga to the cookout. He ain't even invited Naga to the cookout. So, you know, that's a personal thing I gotta handle with the homie Bam Bam. But he is the he is Drop Nation. He is the tribe, man, because he's inventing a lot of stuff, teaching us how to keep them rats away. We're learning how to keep Hijack City out, man. Do 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 do. Hey, freaky ass Nagas need to stay their ass aside.
Hi, we're visible. The wireless.
Hey, ooh. Yeah, all hijacks are visible, man. First Diddy, now Drake. We're witnessing the takedown of a lot of their powers. You know what I mean? And I know it's like these are a lot of, Negroes, being brought down, but there's also a lot of Caucasians. There's a lot of people that's in power being, brought to their knees right now. HaWah's over here popping off, man. The fire starters over here, bringing that heat. Hijack City can't take that heat too long. Hold on, my Nagas. All I'm telling you to do is hold on. This Prester 141 and my Naga, all we doing, the whole theme of 141 is hold on. I need you to fall back, enjoy this drop like we always do. And just hold on and continue to pull each other up in this time. Cause ain't no time, only the wave. Hey, welcome back. Bam, what it do? Yeah, we making charcoal for the cookout. We making charcoal for the cookout. Somebody getting cooked. Somebody getting cooked, my Naga. Do 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 do. Run for your life. Oh man. Yeah, somebody getting cooked, my Naga. Mm. Bam, what it do, man? What you man? What you on, man? What you been on, Bam? That man was doing stuff. Man, you over here just doing stuff, huh? You don't even know what you're doing. Man, you just doing stuff, man. Bam, get it out the mud, man. That's why I mess with Bam. He get it out the mud. Do do. Hey. Hey. Hey, we all up right now. This ain't a West Coast thing. This a Nagaville thing, man. You know Khalifa gotta be up though. You ain't gonna be up without Khalifa being up, man. We already know this, man. So it's all one tribe, one vibe. North, south, east, west. I want us all to feel this rising and take all the inspiration we can. Even if Hijack City's giving it to us, we could take the inspiration and we can manifest it into our reality, man. This ain't about celebrating or worshiping nobody other than HaWah. And what HaWah is doing is giving us that image, right? That image is the frequency. The unity is our image. The unity is our image, man. The two cross sticks coming back together is our image, man. That ain't no graven image, my life. Oh no, we don't do graven images. We're talking about living images, man. Images of our freedom, our salvation. When HaWah gives us the frequency to reunite, and we know we playing for keeps, we know this is forever, man. Ain't no hijack gonna be able to bust us down like this again, because we ain't gonna bust each other down ever again. Yeah, Bam Bam's Caucasian, but we deal with the truth around here. The niggas that invaded us look just like us, look just like this mud he's patting. They was the color of this mud he's patting. These Spaniards was the color of this mud. Portuguese was the color of this mud when they came over here, man. We got invaded by our own people, man. We got to deal with that first. We got to clean up our own house, man. And when we do, we're going to establish our boundaries again. Boundaries are important. I left bot, gom, dal, hawa, zan. Then you get your wall, hut, your hut. Then you get your fence, right? Then you get your boundary, man. Look at this boundary, this joy world you make it right here, man. Shout out to my fence building knockers and joy world. We establishing our boundaries again. Boundaries are healthy, man. In any relationship, especially dealing with hijack city. Don't say what you putting inside your fence, drop. What's outside your fence, man? What's outside of you, man? Everything, everything. What's inside the noggin, man? Everything. Everything's inside of you. The whole universe is inside the noggin. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, shout out to primitive technology. We over here just put some charcoals together, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what you want? Tribe? How y'all reeling, man? Yeah. Are we invited? Are we invited to the cookout, man? Nah, we don't want to eat with the dogs. It is vital. It is vital, man, to put your boundaries up. Because if you don't put your boundaries up, you're going to be eating with the dogs, man. Do, 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 do. You're going to be sitting at the table with these hijacks, reading books to nothing, man. I'd rather be making charcoal. You know, they say all the other charcoal's chapped up, right? Write yourself to real, right? Right? Con hire mark, right? So you might as well make our own charcoal. You might as well learn how to make your own charcoal so you don't got to complain about the charcoal you buy from the store. You might need to holler at Bam Bam so he can invite you to the cookout, man. Come on, Bam Bam, man. You could have invited a Nugget to the cookout. Broski, man. You could have invited your Nugget to the cookout, man. That's all good. Sometimes a Naga need to be alone. Sometimes a Naga need to enjoy that fire on his own. Sometimes, man. I get it. I get it, Bam Bam. Bam Bam need to keep the fire burning. Well, you know what, Bam Bam? You need to keep the fire burning, and so do we. Matter of fact, do we got our fire, man? We got a fireplace burning? All right, cool, cool, cool. Bam Bam, you need to keep the fire burning, and so do we, man. Hey, shalom to my cons, man. This is real spill right here, man. It's like so much happening, and we're just getting inspiration, man. You know what I'm saying? We're just getting that vibe again. We're just getting our frequency back. We're just getting our drums beating again. Our heart bone flowing again. Wow, it's all happening. Dun 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 dun. Run for your life. Freaky ass noggins need to stay their ass inside. You're too freaky to be outside, and stay your ass inside. This ain't for you. It's for the real ones, man. Shalom to the tribe. For real. It's Prester 141, and it's a celebration every time. You know, we making a victory lap. Hold up. Let me adjust my. Okay, okay. Fire starter know what time it is. Shout out to my fire starters. Keep that airflow flowing. And we here. You frustrated? You pissed off? Are you in fear? Being jammed up? You don't know how you're gonna get through the day. How you gonna get through this strong? They say weak, we say strong. You thought the Press to Drop was all about reading books all the time. Sometimes we just vibe like this. Get our inspiration from Bam Bam. Start building stuff. Because if you got through all 141 parts and you still ain't started building nothing or planning to build, you know what I'm saying? Get it out the mud, whatever that is. It could be your land, it could be your business, definitely your house, definitely, build your, build your house with HaWah. It's the best way I could say it. Nagas exist in multi-universe. They can't destroy you. Energy can't be destroyed. Keep the fire burning. Keep the water flowing. Keep them wheels turning. Naga be knowing that we hijack free. We in the place to be. Welcome to Nagaville, where all the Nagas are real. Wow, hey. It's all about building. So today we are builders. Build your day, around being royal, about being regal. If that, action you was about to take, if that ain't regal, if that ain't royal. And regal and royal doesn't mean that you are turning the blind eye or turning the other cheek. This ain't no, bully flow. You know what I'm saying? We don't like bullies around here, man. Being regal means you step up, means you stand up. It means that you do it for the whole tribe. The two cross sticks coming back together. Every action should be for the tribe. HaWah. Every action should be for HaWah. You know what I'm saying? When it's for HaWah, then we know for sure. We know that it's a factual, that it's for the tribe. Because everything HaWah does is for the unity, right? The vibration. Hey, 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 run for your life. HaWah. HaWah was upon me, the hand of HaWah, Ezekiel 37. And HaWah carried me out in a spirit. And set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was full of bones. And he caused me to pass by them round about, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? Can these nagas live? I thought they left you for dead, right? I thought you had a dead frequency, right? Because we rap about death. And how important is rap music? More important than you think. How important is tribal music? More important than you think. What happens when that vibration, that music hits your blood and your blood starts to flow, crystallize with the frequency, that 432 hertz? We're talking about life and death. We're talking about Keeping it cold. What happens when you're back in cold? And your actions start to manifest. The real reality, the actual reality of you being the head and not the tail, because you decided to put your guns down against each other, right? God. Can these bones live? Can these knockers live? And I answered, O HaWah, thou know. Then he said unto me, prophesy over these bones and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of HaWah. Thus says HaWah unto these dry bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you. So just like in the Hebrew, the breath is the fifth letter after you walk through the door, the daw. Before that, you a valley of dry bones, right? But you're inspired. Shall these bones live? You got your strong power directing you in your house, your Ba'at, your Aleph, your Ba'at. You start to move, to walk, to gather through a door. You get the breath. That's the fifth letter of the Hebrew. Inhale. Enter into you. And you shall live, and I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and you shall live, and you shall know that I am Wah. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was noise, and behold, a commotion, and the bones came together, bone to its bone. And I beheld, and lo, there were sinews upon them, and flesh came up, and skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then said he unto me, prophesy unto the breath. Oh, prophesy, son of man. Say to the breath, thus says HaWah, come from the four winds. This is what we gotta do, man. Because we ready to breathe again. We say to HaWah, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, my naga. And they lived, my naga, and stood upon their feet, an exceedingly great host. Then he said unto me, these bones are the whole house of Israel, not half the house. Nah, this ain't half the energy. This ain't half the frequency. This ain't half the vibration, Con. This is the whole vibration. The whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are clean cut off. Ain't that what they say? Ain't that what you say? Ain't that what we say? Man, I'm too old for this, man. Our bones are dried up. Man, we've been killing each other so long, they'll never change. They'll never put their guns down. They'll never unite. Oh, he trying to inspire them? Oh, man, he just an industry plant. Oh, they want to do that? Oh, they just want to do this for that. You put all your intentions, you put all your curses and all your intentions on anybody standing up, on anybody in any situation. Somebody could have, really wanted to make a change, let's say in the government, and they go to school for political science and they study because they really want to make a change. And they go to law school and they finish that and they finally get, whatever tenure, wherever they're going, and they go to law school and, maybe they fall off a little bit. Maybe they get caught up in what the government wants from them. But 10 years into their practice, man, they, just like these valley of dry bones, start getting prophesied on, right? And they start seeing clearly their purpose. And some naga in the back of the class is going to say, yeah, but they're just a lawyer, man. They just took this oath. They don't care about us. That doctor don't care. You put your intention, your grave intention on them. And we got nagas in every field of humanity, man. In the military that want to step up. In the government that want to step up. In these Masonic lodges that they want to step up for the cause. You got to give them hope. They're looking at you. You're looking at them. They're looking at you. They're seeing if you are going to be bones that are dry. Is all your hope lost? Because if it is, then there ain't no point in them stepping up, man. Not for you. They want to do it for the whole house. If they see the whole house rising, coming together, that will inspire them to rise. You need to inspire your leadership. Not say, we don't have no leaders. We don't have no chiefs. We don't have no kings. We don't have no queens. We don't have no royals. We don't deserve it. The Creator can't raise up any help for us. That's never happened before, or has it? Do you have any scriptural documentation of the Creator raising up another human being like Joshua, like Moses, like David, in situations to be a shepherd for the tribe, to be a prester for the tribe? The point is, my noggin, in all these over 100 Prester Johns drops, is that you searching for something that is already you, that is already us. We are the function. We are what we've been searching for. The righteous prophet is manifest by the righteous flock, but if there ain't a righteous flock, then the righteous shepherd doesn't exist, my noggin. But when you observe as a righteous flock, you are observing with that perspective that creates. You're a creator. You're the creator. There ain't no separation. You're created in the image of HaWah, in the frequency of HaWah. You are HaWah. You are Prester John. You are the function that you've been searching for. You need to search for yourself. You need to meditate on the law. Meditate on the code. Because it's your code. Because you created it. You come back home and face yourself, man. Come back home and face yourself. The Kendrick and the Drake, situation is like metaphorical, man. We're about to get a professor. They call him Professor Sky, and he's a Caucasian. But he's gonna break it down from like you know, academia perspective, this Kendrick Drake thing. But just remember, you are Kendrick and you are Drake, right? This is all a part of us, right? This is, the way he breaks it down is funny, but you know what I mean? Like, There's a part of us that wants, to have the success, right? The popularity of this or the corporate that and this. And then there's a part of us that wants to keep it real and keep it connected. You know what I'm saying? And how do you balance those two things? You know what I'm saying? How do you vanquish the part of you that's pulling you to being fake, right? Into the fakery. How do you connect to reality without forfeiting your joy or happiness? And what is your joy? What is your happiness? What is your inspiration for these things? Can you just live on your land and be happy? Do you need a mansion and 12 cars and, a 12-car garage? Like, this is all perspective, man. This is all we saying. This is our chance to choose, to decide. Because the prophets say that we're going to return. And by us returning, the breath returns. Because we were the slain, were we not? We were the slain in the house of Israel, were we not? We were slain in the American empire of Kalalus, bodies on bodies in Kalalus, Akis on Akis, the Amaru. We talking Sylvanus to Texas. Genealogy never connects this. We were the slain. We were in a deep sleep. Ruach Tardema. But now we're choosing to live again. We're keeping the code again. So I, Ezekiel, prophesied as HaWah commanded. And the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great host. What? That's all the Nagas. That's Nagaville standing up. They counted us for nothing, man. They counted us as dead. They said we'll never return. They said we're going to go into technological singularity. They say it's going to be a robot world. You know what I mean? They said you're going to make a bunch of contracts with them to turn yourself into a robot and take the tenderoni hit, right? So you can go to the movies, take the tenderoni hit, right? So you could be around your friends and feel responsible. And you said no, you want to live. You stood on business, so you stood up upon your feet because you stood up on business. An exceeding great host. Then he said unto me, HaWah said, what? Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say our bones are dried up. Is that what they said? And our hope is lost. Is that what they said? We were inspired by Nipsey Hussle, rest in power, man, in LA because, just any glimmer into the streets, putting down their weapons and finding a neutral figure to, love, man. For him to be taken out so-called by his own, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't believe nothing they tell us. I think everything is up for investigation, man. But as a message, and to see what happened to the marathon store over here on Crenshaw or Slauson, you know what I mean? Like, I drive by it almost every day, man. Going here, going there, and it's just heartbreaking, man, to see so much life turn into a valley of dry bones, man. And then Kendrick does his pop-out show, and then I get inspired. We get inspired. The world gets inspired because of the message, not because someone wants to worship Kendrick Lamar. It's just not like any spark into the grape streets and the Nickerson, Park Nagas and the Watts, and the Compton Nagas and the Inglewood Nagas and the South Central Nagas coming together. Any spark into the Long Beach Nagas coming together, man. No one says don't be true to where you from, man, but we saying we all from here, and we were invaded here, man. And they count us as nothing. They count us as less than nothing. They say we are dried up. They say our hope is lost. We are clean cut off. Isaiah, Psalms 83, right? Cut them off from being a nation, right? Verse 12, Ezekiel 37, therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus says HaWah, behold, I will open your graves, my Naga. I will open your graves and cause you to come out of your grave, to come up out of that, man. Because it was a death. You were devouring your own tail when you put another power before me, before your power. You're devouring your own tail when you are putting your breath and security, your name, the name, HaWah's name in vain. When you forget your Shabbats, you forget your rhythm, you forget to breathe. When you kill and steal and, don't keep your oaths, just mix with low frequencies, adulterous Nagas, covetous Nagas. When you do these things, when you don't honor your mother, your father, when we do these things, we are dead. We are killing ourselves. We are digging a grave for ourselves. But HaWah says, come you, cause you to come up out of your graves. Oh, my people. Not them people, not they. Oh, my people. And I will bring you into the land of Hasharah, Israel. And you shall know that I am HaWah when I have opened your graves. When you see these Nagas, when you see these two cross sticks coming back together, when you see these Nagas coming back, and you know that they are back from what the hijack considered dead and dried up, right? They thought they could just use us for entertainment. They thought they could just use us forever as a battery, use our melanin, kidnap our children, feed them to the gators, steal their frequency, steal our energy, teach us lies, destroy our history, create their story, iconoclast us, tell us we on a spinning ball, tell us we from Africa, boss, tell us that we have no connection with our ancestors anymore. When I have opened your graves and caused you to come out of your graves, O my people, and I will put my spirit in you, and you shall live, my Naga, and I will place you in your own land, man. That's all we ever wanted, man. To be in our own land means we have protection and that we're natural by law. Go get the latest drop from the Khan, natural by law. You shall know that I, HaWah, have spoken and performed it, says HaWah. And the word of HaWah came unto me, saying, thou, son of man, take you one stick, write upon it for Judah. Yeah. What did Kendrick say? I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no more. That word is only a color. It ain't facts no more. For Judah and for Israel, his companions. And then take the other stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. And join them for thee, for you, one to another. So the whole house, right? The whole house of Israel that was dried up, that had no hope. Hope is lost. They were clean cut off. HaWah said, behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out your graves, O my people. And what else? I will bring you into the land of Israel. I will place you in your own land. I will put my spirit in you, and you shall live. So if you take this one stick for Judah, the southern tribes, and you take another stick for Joseph, the northern tribes, right? That's like the Bloods and the Crips coming together. That's like the GDs and BDs, right? The folk, the vice lords. It's like the men and the women of Israel coming back together, right? All the children, the whole house, right? And I will put them together with the stick of Judah and make them one stick. And they shall be one. Hey, 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 run for your life. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let go, Khan. This is a celebration, man. 141 and beyond, man. This is celebration, man. I don't want you to see this as nothing but a celebration. And if they ain't real, and if this ain't real, and if this is a psyop, and if this is just a this and that, I need you to get the message, man, and apply it to the nuggets that you love in your neighborhood, man. That the neighborhood 6-0s can come back together with the neighborhood 8 trade, man. That the Inglewood families, you know what I'm saying, can connect, you know what I mean, with the 6-0s, with the Hoovers. The whole Hoover card and the neighborhood card can come back together out here in LA. The Pyrus, you know what I'm saying, and the Crips and everybody can come back together, man. The GDs and BDs, man, wherever you are, can come back together, man, under one house like you used to be, right? For a purpose, a refined purpose, a purpose that even our elders couldn't understand back then, but they knew there was a purpose to tribing up. They tribed up for us, but we couldn't sustain and maintain, not because of just our own, you know what I'm saying, iniquity, man, but you also have the hijack with Doom Meditation, Papal Bull, 1452, Doom Diverses coming at you, man, everywhere we are to subjugate us, to put us in forever, to them, forever slavery, to make us dry bones forever, to put us in the grave forever. Psalms 83, Confederacy, they came together to make sure the name of Israel is no longer in remembrance. But Kendrick Lamar said, don't call me Israelite. Excuse me, don't call me black no more. I'm an Israelite. That word is only a color. It ain't facts no more, man. You know what I mean? Like, K-Dot know that he Israel. That's all you need to know is that he know. Don't call me black no more. That word is only a color. It ain't facts no more. Buzzing. Radar is buzzing. HaWah. HaWah. Yeah, you know. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, man. This the vibe we are. Hey, 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 hey. Run for your Hey, for your lie, they not like us. They not like us, dog.
Look at K-Dot.
Bring the city together, man. Bring the city together, man. Not like us.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Dun 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 dun. Run for your life. We gonna get this professor's take on things, man. The pop out. Let's go. Shout out to Professor Sky, man.
I don't know if I should even talk about Kendrick Lamar's pop out concert from a couple days ago. I wasn't going to because it's like, it's Juneteenth. It's a very sort of pro-black, black excellence, black unity event. I don't know if you've seen the Josh Johnson comedy about Juneteenth. In my opinion, he's the best living comedian. He did this whole little joke about how Juneteenth, they actually could have chosen a better date, but they chose that one because it coincided with cookout season.
Ha 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 ha. Hey, Bam Bam is over there making charcoal for the cookout. What's it got to do with cookout season?
And that's how the whole thing felt to me. It felt like a cookout. And one thing FT Signifiers taught me is that invitations to the cookout are currently on hold. It reminds me of my two least favorite kinds of comments I ever get whenever I discuss anything having to do with hip-hop. And number one is just a, shut up, white man, you have nothing to...
White people hate this comment. They don't want you to state the obvious. What are you doing talking about our culture, right? What are you doing even having an opinion about this? Now, no one says as a human you can't have an opinion, but understand you're talking about a house. And you're not coming from the inside out, you're coming from the outside in. So your opinion is always going to be a little skewed and reversed. You know what I'm saying? You're never going to understand it from the heartbone. So us being inside people, you know what I'm saying, we have to feel you from the inside. Instead, we got to see you coming from the outside with your perspective. And you hate that comment. Oh man, what are you doing talking about this? No, look, talk about what you want to talk about. Do your channel, man. Run it up. Advertise, go crazy. Everyone's coming up on Kendrick, man. But don't say you ain't a culture vulture. Because you're going to explain how much you love our culture and how much, he said he did a French rap video about a French rapper. I guess he's French. And, it might get 1,000 views, but this video right here he did on Kendrick already has like 50, 60, 70,000 views on it. So he knows where to go to get the views, like Adam 22. Yeah, No Jumper. He's gonna mention No Jumper, Vlad TV, and them. All these guys, right? All these guys. And it's funny because, Vlad says the same thing. No Jumper say Adam 22, same thing. They hate being called out for being a culture vulture, right? They hate that comment. Why would you have an opinion? What do you mean I can't have an opinion? That's their first thing. So it's the first thing he mentions. Not even a minute into this is white boy, why you supposed to have an opinion about us, white man? Like you don't get it. Like you don't get it. Everybody wants an invitation to the cookout, Managa. But what you cooking? Who you cooking? And who are you inviting?
Nothing to say. Like I get it. I don't share the life experience, but I do think that I can bring something else to the table.
See? I get it. I don't share the life experience. What don't ball up all of our feelings and emotions, all our turmoil, our entire story into just life experience. I get it. I don't have your life experience. This is what? You don't have my reality, man. My reality is not just a life experience. It's generational. You don't come from the generational mud to have this conversation. Not, unless you just want to. This video so, you know, popular on his channel because it got to do with Kendrick Lamar, not his family. This video so popular because they want to see this white professor talk about black rap, right? And what's his take on it? And he has his whole fan base based on I'm a white man talking about black stuff in a very professional professor way. And that's his niche, and he knows that. But I can bring something else to the table, and that's what they are. That's what they gonna always say. Now, our issue is not with the blue eye, green eye, or the blonde hair white man. We know who rolled up on us in Drop Nation. We know it's a more and more war. We know that our own people were the royals, so-called royals, and you know, Britain and Spain and France and I'm saying, all this, Portugal. Like we know the story. So it's not about, oh, this is the invader. No, the invader looked just like us. But this guy, or, this image got in where they fit in. And now they want to fit way in so much that they want invites to the cookout.
Table. Okay, I'm not trying to sit here saying like I've lived this life and so I can talk to you about it. I can make interesting observations. It's not my fault. The best art in the world is being made by people who don't look like me or share my life experience.
Whoa, the best art in the world, we got to hear that again, is being made by people that don't look like me or share my life experience, man. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Because you thought it was just some neighborhood stuff. You thought it was just some black stuff. You thought it was just some low frequency stuff. But even the low frequency stuff is being studied by them. We know that. And so when it comes together like this, their eyes get brighter than ever. Because to them, this is the highest form of art, not country music. Even though, obviously, hey, shout out to the homie Shy Boogie, man. Shy Boogie popping off, man. We know that's our music too, right? It's all our, this is all our tribal music. And they're just in there studying us. And when the two cross sticks start coming back together, they get excited for more than just the excitement. They get excited because, like, if they come back together, what happens to us? It's more out of fear that he's tuned into this more than just loving the music. It's an internal fear that the music will bring us back together like faster than anything else can. Right? I can get on the corner and start talking about, keep the code, Exodus 20, Con David, and it's not going to spread faster than the music. And if these artists get this pedestal, through the industry, 100 times out of 100 times, you know what I'm saying, it's not going to be the accurate account of these artists coming back home. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't like this 100 out of 100 artists that get a pedestal is all going to be some sellouts. That's not correct. That's not accurate. You know, there's going to be one or two of them, three of them that are not that way, that, you know, don't choose to open that door, don't choose to open the doors that maybe Drake had to open. Maybe Kendrick opened some doors but didn't have to open the ones that Drake did, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe he opened whatever doors, you know what I mean? But all we can do is take the inspiration and the message. Hijack City's not going to come to us and tell our gangs to unite. They can send us a false prophet to unite around, right? So no one's saying go unite around Kendrick Lamar. No one's saying, you know, go praise Kendrick Lamar. But they are uniting. And this vessel is an inspiration, is a message. And you might have counted them as the Valley of Dry Bones. You might have counted these niggas in LA and Chicago, Atlanta, you know what I'm saying, everywhere, New York, you know what I'm saying, Wisconsin niggas, man, Milwaukee niggas, like, you might have counted them all, you know, already in the grave. You might have said they was already dead. There was no hope. These people see us and what we do as the highest form of art, man. They got Tupac classes in some of these Ivy League schools, Tupac classes. While you talking shit about Tupac, saying what he ain't and what he this, and oh, he from this and he really this, they're studying this man. Tupac said, I'm going to be the spark. I might not lead you here, lead you there, but something about what I'm doing is going to be the spark, man. Decades later, Kendrick Lamar takes that same flame, where it don't matter if you're blood or crip, red or blue, green or purple, yellow, brown. We all can unite around unity. We all can unite around our children being safe, our freedom. Freedom has no color, man. Freedom is a frequency. And this frequency to them is the highest form of art.
Okay, I'm not trying to sit here saying, like, I've lived this life and so I can talk to you about it. I can make interesting observations. It's not my fault. The best art in the world is being made by people who don't look like me or share my life experience.
Bang.
The second thing I like just as little is you're invited to the cookout. I get invites like that all the time in my comment section, you know, saying I'm a part of the community. But it's important. It's important not to believe it because I'm not seeking entry. In my foreign land, in a foreign land crossover, I appeared on his video. It wasn't really a crossover. I was a guest along with Fantano and Volksgeist. It was all about white commentators of black music. Mm-hmm. I've really made the point that the desire to be invited into the cookout is a different expression of a kind of dominating colonial thinking. You know, like, It's not enough to have access to all the things that
you really want us to believe that you don't want to be invited to the cookout, bro. All that good food, man. Stop it, man. Who stop the capping. I just want to give the outsiders' opinion. No, you want to eat at the same table and then go back to your table where we can't go and then eat over there too. Stop the capping, man.
That were granted to me by birth. I also have to get invited to these other places where
He said granted to me by birth. We have things that were granted to us by birth, but you stole them. Right? Not him, I'm saying, but they were stolen by colonizers, whether they're black or white. It wasn't enough that they had things from birth. They had to get our stuff too, right? We're to believe these eyes that you don't want our things, that you don't want the creativity of Kendrick Lamar, that you don't want to be dancing on that stage with Kendrick. You'll give anything to dance on that stage and be accepted with Kendrick Lamar. Stop the capping.
Volksgeist was all about white commentators of black music. I've really made the point that the desire to be invited into the cookout is a different expression of a kind of dominating colonial thinking. You know, like, it's not enough to have access to all the things that were granted to me by birth.
By birth.
also have to get invited to these other places where I am not invited. So I'm not trying to, like, no jumper my way into the conversation. So then why?
No jumper like Adam 22. So they all act like they're just so different from me. I'm different than him because I celebrate this and I create the poetry and the art and I'm celebrating the art. No, you're over here making money off talking about black people the same way that they are, man. So-called black people, right? And if there were no black people to talk about, what would you do for money? Adam, Professor Sky, Flag, what would you do? What would you do? If you weren't trying to be invited to the cookout, if you didn't think you had somebody gave you an invite to sit at their table, that's all you ever wanted. Not your own table by birth, our table.
Why the hell did I do it? Why am I talking to you right now? It's not just for clicks, okay? I just did a video on a French rapper that's going to get like under 1,000 views. I don't care. I like it. I don't just go for clicks.
Then you wouldn't have even had that in your mind that it's only going to get 1,000 views. But the fact that you've already mathematized this thing, put the numerical value in your head bone and said, this is only going to get 1,000 views, but I'm going to do it anyway so that they don't think I'm doing this for clicks. Come on, man. This is Year of the Dragon. We're way too smart for you. We're way too smart. We got too much light in our eyes. We see clearly. You mentioning clicks and views because that's on your mind. You could have just been popping off this whole time. You're making this whole disclaimer. I'm not just doing this for clicks and views, yet this video has way more clicks and views than the French video you just did. That means you knew this was going to have more views than the French video.
I am not invited. So I'm not trying to, like, no jumper my way into the conversation. So then why the hell did I do it? Why am I talking to you right now? It's not just for clicks, okay? I just did a video on a French rapper that's going to get like under 1,000 views. I don't care. I like it. I don't just go for clicks. I did it because, hey, man, it's on Amazon, okay? You're going to put your cookout on Amazon. You got to expect, some random white dudes come by asking you for a hot dog.
It's on Amazon. So I want a hot dog at your cookout because it's public. So black people can't do a public cookout without a random white dude coming by wanting a hot dog. And then you're going to go into setting boundaries and the importance of boundaries. What if our boundaries was a random white man that want a hot dog? Fall back. This is for the family. I went to the store and bought these links. Whatever I'm cooking, whatever you think you want, I bought them for the family. I bought them for the tribe, not to put in your mouth. But you need to eat with my family today. You don't even care about my family. You don't even care. That's our point. You don't even care. It's not in you. It's not in your heart. You want the clicks. You want the views, or else you wouldn't have done this. You wouldn't have brought up the French rapper that you did with less than 1,000 views because you wouldn't be thinking about the views if that was really what it was. You're here for the monies. You're here for the hot dog, man. You came for the hot dog because we had a public barbecue because it was on Amazon. You came for the hot dog, man. So when we watch this, just know he came here for the hot dog. Let's see what he got to say.
I did it because, hey, man, it's on Amazon, okay? You're going to put your cookout on Amazon. You got to expect, some random white dudes come by asking you for a hot dog. Okay, can I have some punch? You know what I'm saying? Like, we got like a volleyball game going on. What's happening here? Tetherball? Okay, like, I don't know what goes on at a cookout. I've never been to one.
But you want to be. Look at him. Look at him, man. This ain't got nothing to do with you, Professor Scott, but it's the Year of the Dragon. I see clear. We see clearly. This is clear. You want to be at the cookout. Tetherball, really? Volleyball, man. Exactly. You have no idea what's happening at the cookout. You just want a hot dog and some punch.
metaphorically or actually, but so it's on Amazon. Also, I'm trying to be an academic voice through this whole thing. I do have an image. This is one of the most important moments in American.
Because we need the white man's academia. So this is what he's saying he could bring to the table. White people academia. Let's go.
In cultural history, in hip hop history. I do anticipate for the next 100 years they will be studying this moment.
For the next 100 years, did you know that while Drop is over here saying, dun 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 dun, they not like us, they not like us, they not like us. This white professor already knows it's going to be studied for the next 100 years, and he's not playing. He's talking about amongst his people, not our people. We in the moment. Man, rest in power, Fulio, man, Con Fulio, out there in Jacksonville, man, just got murdered in Tampa. You know what I mean? And I like Fulio, man, so this really hurts me, man. You know what I'm saying? I like Fulio, man. But of course, man, this is the Naga War. This is the Naga War happening, man, and this is what we're talking about putting our guns down for, man. Scoring on each other is not a game, man. You're devouring yourselves. Does he care about Fulio? No. He's not going to understand the connection.
And so I'd like to be a voice of record, kind of documenting everything as it's going on. Also, hey, it's performance art, and I like talking about performance art. Kanye is not the only rapper who can do performance art. This is a cultural event. It's not just a concert.
Who are you talking to? Who said Kanye is the only rapper that can do performance art? We've been doing performance art since the beginning of time. But to you and your people, Kanye is big enough to care about. Kendrick is big enough to care about. Who said Kanye could be the only one that does performance art? What are you talking about? This is Nagaville, man. This is creativity. Man.
Every single thing was choreographed from the top to the bottom. Thank you for auditing the Always Positive New Music Review Show, hosted by a French professor who's going to try to organize all of my thoughts on this basically around the question of Not Like Us, the song that was played 6 times, 9 times, 6 times, okay? And explicitly on the question of who is they and who is us. They not like us. Now, in my video with Justin Hunt, who, for my money, I think he's the best commentator of this whole beef. If you haven't seen his work on it, punch yourself in the face. When I was discussing it with him, I explained, I understood that the they means non-black participants in hip-hop and us being black participants.
I gotta take it back to the Mongol flow, man. Get them drums beating, man. No, Professor Scott. I don't know if you ever see this, man, but they is not non-black people. It's just how you're seeing it from the outside looking in. But you'll never be in or really invited to the cookout. So to you and your insecurity and your fear of Naganess, they mean something other than you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you don't see clearly, right? They doesn't mean non-black people, man. They means they. They means they, all right? They means they. There's a lot of theys. They not like us. Kendrick Lamar say he an Israelite, don't call him black no more. The word is only color, it ain't facts no more. So to the Israelites, since you're such a scholar and professor of Kendrick Lamar, right? And this great art that Kendrick is bringing to you to get a hot dog, You should understand that Kendrick knows he's Israel. Will you speak on that, Professor Sky? And if he knows he's Israel and he's an Israelite, he don't want to be called black no more. That word is only a color and it ain't facts no more. Professor, put this in your academia. Put this in your syllabus. Put this in your curriculum, boss man. If he's Israel, then the they is anyone who's against Israel. The they refers to Psalms 83, who choose to make Israel the name of Israel no more in remembrance. That's they. They not like us. They is anyone who's against us. Any color you are. Black as King Charles is they. But did you know that King Charles was a black man? Estebanico is they. The Holy Roman Emperor is they. Columbus is they. And them niggas that's trying to stop us within us is they. And sometimes we can be they. If we are in the mind of a hijack, we are they. You know what I mean? Israel can be they themselves. There's many layers to they other than I know that they is white people and us is black people because that's academia.
Whole beef. If you haven't seen his work on it, punch yourself in the face. When I was discussing it with him, I explained, I understood that the they means non-black participants in hip-hop and us being black participants in hip-hop. That's how I perceived of it, and that's how he confirms, that's how he also sees it.
Of course.
A lot of people in my comments are like, no, they just means like people who predate on children or people
They ain't got nothing to do with Drake and his predator status and none of that. We already know how we feel about that. We ain't even got to speak on that because we already know what we do. You know what I'm saying? We already know what we do. So they ain't got to be so specific, man, as to pedophiles. They are not pedophiles or just white people. Like, you guys are just, this is sick the way y'all break this down, man. To be honest, I know you think you're bringing something to the table, man, but the way this stuff, man, is, all right, we're going to keep watching. Hopefully we're going to get some babies out this bathwater, man. I can't take much more.
who don't believe in real hip-hop and all that. But I don't think so. So I think this is an interesting question because it's creating some interesting lines, or as I'll say in a second, boundaries. So the song dominates the whole thing. Not only is it played 6 times, everyone's chanting OVO, OVO before the show even starts.
Technically, they were chanting OV. Ho, you know what I mean?
And the wild thing that's happening here is that, and Justin Hunt also touched on this, is that this song, which is in theory a song of division, they are not like us. Anytime you're talking about us and them, you're inevitably talking about division. That's some of the most dangerous rhetoric you can possibly have. That's how civil wars happen. That's how ethnic cleansing happens, by saying they are not like us. It's a very icky sentence in world history, but in this particular case, it's not, because it's actually a song of unity. And that's what this concert proved. This song of division is actually a song of unity. This whole beef was about something.
Anytime you say us, it's unity. It may not be unity to you. Anytime anyone says they and us, it's only division to the hijack who's on the outside that wants an invitation to the cookout. That's division to you. But the us, in every single reference, whether you're talking ethnic cleansing, whatever, the us is always united. The us is always unity. Or else they wouldn't say us. They're saying there's more than me, there is us. And us, they are not like us. Now, you can look at King Von's situation when he said, I'm not from 63rd, right? You know what I'm saying? And shout out to FBG, I think FBG Young, who said, nah, man, 63rd is a big block. Like, he was talking about specific people on 63rd. He wasn't talking about everybody on 63rd. And I could dig that. To them, the us would be, O Block, right? And the they would be everybody else. Or the 60-30, and shout out to J May, right? I'm studying this because it's all happening. It's all relative. Chicago cultures relative to LA street culture, man, relative to Texas street culture, New York street culture, you know what I'm saying? All throughout. So the us is always united. Now, in this case, what makes it special is that the us is really us this time. You know, the us ain't just this block, this set, this hood, this street. It ain't black people versus white people. The us is the whole house. And they are not like us. And where it could be divisive, even this hijack has to say there's so much unity in it. And the visual of the unity, like we just showed, and go get the drop on our page, man. Like, you know, I dropped the whole concert, or at least a section of the concert, you know. No advertisements, just dig on it. When you see us on stage, you want to be they so you want to be us so much that you don't want to be they no more, that it makes you want to unify with us. And now you want a hot dog and some punch at the cookout because us is having a mighty good time. When you see us unite and you see that us is the real ones, us is the reality. They don't have no hope. But before, it was us that felt hopeless. It was us that felt like we had no hope. It was us that felt like the valley of dry bones. But now it's us, coom, it's us standing up, rising up. Now you see, oh, it's a unity song. Why? Because it's so much of us and not so much of they. Let's go.
Something else the whole time. In my most popular video of all time, I don't know why 500,000 people wanted to hear me say that Drake was an abuser and explain how, but in that
500,000 people. I thought you didn't care about the clicks. Why you keep mentioning views and numbers? So we already know what you want. Let's go.
I sort of use some of the vocabulary of psychology, and I'm going to be doing that when it applies to this event and to Kendrick, but in the positive sense. So if Drake is an abuser, and I think he represents abusers, people who abuse Black American culture, okay? How do you protect yourself? How do you protect yourself from abusive people in your life, especially if you have to deal with them? Do you know how you protect yourself? It starts with a B and ends with boundaries. Boundaries are the most important thing. It's crucial for self-care. It's crucial for social cohesion. It's crucial
to keep you out our barbecue. He's like, oh, right. It's crucial to keep you from getting a hot dog, bro. If we say this barbecue is just for us, right? If we have a party in Joy World just for us, not black versus white, I'm saying just us, just us. Somebody gonna feel left out. Somebody gonna want a veggie hot dog, you know? Yeah. But it's boundaries. We can come to you and say, hey, don't take it personal. It's just boundaries. And you shouldn't have a problem with it. But in the beginning of your drop, you say, hey, it's public. It's on Amazon. You gotta expect some random white boy to come and say, I want a hot dog and some punch. So you gotta expect us to say, it's boundaries to this. The same boundaries again after the first 7 letters of the Hebrew, Aleph, Bat, Gam, Dal, Ha, Wa, Za. Say it with me. Aleph, Bat, Gam, Dal, Ha, Wa, Za. Aleph, Bat, Gam, Dal, Ha, Wa, Za. Strong power enters your house. You start to move, to walk. That's the Gam, the Gimel, right? Into the Dalet or the Dal, which is the door, the entrance. And you get your breath, and you get your wah, your security. That's first 6 letters. 7th letter is Zion or Zan, which is your food, your nourishment. Then you build your wall, your chet, H-H-E-T, chet is the boundaries, is Joy World, right? Is the fence, is a boundary. I don't care if it's just a string that you attach on some poles, it's still your boundary. And that's when you know when a hijack is a hijack, if a hijack can't accept the boundaries, right? If somebody's coming over your house, you say take off your shoes, they don't care. They want to jump on your couch with their shoes on. They ain't F your couch, right? They ain't respecting the boundaries. They need to get up out of here, out the house. And if you can't respect our boundaries not to get a hot dog and some punch, you need to get up out the house.
For the people who you love, that you know how to constantly reinforce where you end and they begin. Because if that starts getting all like this, abusers will just whoop you until you are red, raw, and dead. Okay? So he's establishing these boundaries. And I think he's doing it, and I think I finally figured it out.
Okay.
Kendrick always says that he is not our savior. But I do
With so many choices. I never heard these words. I'm not your savior, people. Like this guy, man. All right, man. Let's get some job out of this. Let's go.
He is a champion.
All right.
In the old sense of the word champion, as in single combat. You know what single combat is? That's like this old thing that happened. There's some debate how much it happened, but it definitely happens sometimes, where a single person represents an army or a city-state or a city, whatever, and then they fight a single person who represents the opposite side. The result of that battle between these single combatants determines the battle or the war. Some famous examples through history, Remus and Archeron, or Achilles and Boagrius. You've seen the movie Troy. That's the first battle that Brad Pitt gets in. And it's a beautiful idea because it really stops a lot of bloodshed. But also it's very heroic. It creates these characters as being so important and so powerful. And I think, actually, the most fun way to think about this battle maybe isn't Achilles and Boagrius, but Achilles and Hector. I think if we go back, you can read the Iliad if you haven't read it. It's great. Achilles, representing Greece, wants revenge. He's mad because Hector killed his childhood friend, Patroclus. I don't know how to pronounce it in English. Patroclus. And he goes after him, and he ends up getting into a battle. And unlike the movie with swords, he puts a spear in Hector's throat. Okay? I think that's what's happening here. I think he's angry. I think he's fighting on behalf of Greece against Hector Drake in the form of Rome.
Okay.
Because Kendrick, what is he a champion of? Not really of Greece. Not even of Compton. He is the champion of rap, of hip-hop culture. He is this enthusiastic champion, this reluctant savior who is fighting, I would say, by extension, for foundational Black Americans' culture in general, which I'll talk about more in a second. So then what is Drake the champion of? What is Troy in my little tiny map?
No, man. Kendrick is fighting for unity, man. This is what you're not seeing. Hijack City. I know you're trying to bring it to the art. I know you're trying to bring it to the romances, and even in ancient Greece, you're talking about black people, so-called. Even in ancient Rome, we got black as King Charles, Holy Roman Emperor, man. We're talking about black people, man. When you talk about being French, the Franks are so-called black people, man. The indigenous cons of France had to sue the government of France to get the title of France or the French as their indigenous title to get it back, because they are the real French, the indigenous Nagas of France, man. So the Spanish, the Swarthies, the more, you're missing the whole flow. You don't understand what he's fighting for. It's not about you, man. Hijack, it's not about you. You're not the they. We're at war with ourselves, so we have to unite with ourselves. We got to be two cross sticks coming back together, man. I just wanted to let y'all know that they talking about this in their academia. We got to be the two cross sticks coming back together, man. It's not about you, Hijack. It's about us being one stick. I will put them unto him together with the stick of Judah. That means that the stick of Joseph in the hand of Esther, which is in the hand of Ephraim and the tribes of Israel, I will put them unto him together with the stick of Judah. Make them one stick. Hijack, this got nothing to do with you. You're not even in this book. We're not even talking about you. You just getting in where you think you fit in, but you don't fit much longer, so you are afraid of not getting an invite to the cookout. I ain't talking white people, I'm talking hijacks. They come in all shades and sizes. But the point is that they shall be one. All right, let's get back to the unity, man. I can't stay in the mind of a hijack too long. They shall be one in my hand, not Kendrick's hand, not King David's hand. The Creator's hand holds the stick, and he allows the shepherd to carry that staff, but it's being held together by the hand of HaWah. And the sticks whereon thou writest shall be in the hand before their eyes, and saying to them, Thus says HaWah, Behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the nations where they have gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land, and I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Hasherah, and one king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided. They say we a house divided, but how we show up to this party, Naga, we been invited. They pushing peace and got the code, but they don't realize it. We trying to free up in the system, Naga, we been indicted. They say we a house divided. They put that on King David, and then that battle with Goliath, he went hella crazy. God, we slaying giants. They shall not be divided, man, into two kingdoms anymore. Neither shall they defile themselves anymore with their idols. Ain't no more JC on the cross and this on that and worshiping this of this, God of this. Most, say it with me, man. Most high over everything. That's rule number one. So just like we're coming together in Valley Dry Bones, we can't come together and still have our idols, man. Yeah. We got to love each other enough to put these idols away. To return to the Creator only. You think you're missing something by returning to the Creator only? You think you're lacking something by returning to HaWah only? Your breath, your security? You can't defile yourselves with any more idols and say you're going to return, or you're going to stay Bloods and Crips GDBD into two different kingdoms. And even these kingdoms are divided. Neither shall they defile themselves anymore with their idols, nor their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions, which means any out of coldness, man. No more killing, no more stealing, no more false witnessing on each other. But I will save them. Who? I will save them. JC? No, I will save. We have no other Savior but the Creator. HaWah is our only Savior. Isaiah 43. No power. There ain't no other power above me, other than me. So if I give you David, it's me. I'm giving you David. I'm sending that dragon. You know what I'm saying? But it's me. I'm the one doing it. I'm saving you. Remember, man, come back home. Connect to your source energy, your power, your vibration. We're talking frequency, right? We're talking music and frequency, right? David played that lyre to put King Saul in that frequency, right? I will save them out of their dwelling places wherein they have sinned and will cleanse them. See, hijack, this ain't about you. This is about us being saved and us being cleansed and us being united. It's not about you. Stop trying to figure out who is us and who is they. Only a fearful man cares who's they and us. But when you are the tribe and when you're looking at it from the inside out, not the outside in, you know the inside, the heart bone, you know who us is. You know what we facing. You know who we are that's suffering together. We might be banging on each other, but we're suffering together. My Oakland Nagas, you already know. My San Francisco Nagas, you know what it is. Vallejo Nagas, you know what it is. My Sacramento Nagas, you know what time it is. We all one tribe, but we are causing more turmoil, more damage, more suffering, more pain. We know who us is. We know who them is. And they not like us. Hit at a perfect time for us all to tune into this frequency. For us to know who they, it's not for them in academia, professor this to know who they is. We know who they is, man. And we know that we ain't they. And that we got our guns pointing at each other, but we're not they. We're not truly our own opposition. In reality, we are playing that function. They got us playing that tune. They got us in a new tune. But our ancient love song tells us that this musical vibration, this frequency, man, is a unity, man. We are us. And they are they. And anybody against our unity is they. That's what the professor should have known. They ain't white people. They is anybody against our unity. And us is anybody for our unity, which is why we say this is a frequency war. We being cleansed. We being saved. We don't want to sin. We don't want to break the code. We want to KTC. We want to be cleansed. We want to be in that water. So shall they be my people. That's the only way to be my people. To be cleansed. To be cleansed is the only way to be my people. I will be their power. My servant David shall be king over them. Because David is our savior? No. Because HaWah, who has saved us, gave us a shepherd. Because HaWah said, I will make them one nation. You can't be one nation without your chief, man, without your prester. There ain't no replacing David. Looking at that TV show, Man in the High Castle, it's all about, there's people that died on one reality, but they popped up in these films in another reality, and it's like, it's showing that there's a multiverse, right? Just like Spider-Man. Like there's there's you here, but there's also you in all these other infinite timelines, just like Loki, right? So David never got destroyed, man. Your ancestors were never truly destroyed. And when you understand this, you can vibe up, man. You can kind of. David shall be king over them. They shall all have one shepherd. David shall be king. One shepherd. Very clear. Do you see clearly? Drop a make. I don't have to make this up. I have to read with eyes to see clear in the year of the dragon. The dragon is the light. They shall all walk in my ordinances, observe my statutes, and do them, and they shall dwell in the land that I give unto Jacob, Israel, my servant. Where your fathers dwelt, and they shall dwell therein, they and their children, and their children's children forever. And David, my servant, shall be their Khan, their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of Shalom, peace with them, and it shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will establish them, multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forever. My dwelling place also shall be over them, and I will be their power, and they shall be my noggins, man, my people, my children. And the nations shall know that I am HaWah that sanctifies Hasharah, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forever. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Because we are no longer playing the harlot. For the children of Israel shall sit solitary many days without a king, without a prince. You don't need a king or prince, just like you don't need a shepherd. If you're out of code, a unrighteous flock don't need no righteous shepherd, man. Only a righteous flock that keeps the code needs a shepherd from HaWah. There's no confusion. There's one shepherd. There's no confusion. There's only one shepherd. They shall have one shepherd. Forever come. You can't, based on dogma and doctrine, reinterpret this as, no, it's son of David, Jesus. It doesn't matter. It's the bloodline of David. You don't believe in the power of HaWah to raise up Dawid? He could raise up JC, but not Dawid. Hosea 3 tells you that you've been solitary without a king, without a prince, without sacrifice, without pillar, ephod, and teraphim. But afterwards shall the children of Israel return. This is why we on part 141. This part was all about vibration, my nigga. Because we are seeking the Creator by keeping the code. Say it with me. Seek the Creator by keeping the code. Say it again. Seek the Creator by keeping the code. Say it again. Seek HaWah by keeping the code. Exodus 20 got us in code. Now you are righteous because you are in code. And voila, Hosea 3, just like Ezekiel 37, David is the Khan forever. Because my people will be cleansed. I will be their power. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. My servant Dawid shall be king over them. David, their king. That's what it's all about, Khan. Jeremiah chapter 30, same thing, Khan. But they shall serve HaWah their power, and David their king. You don't believe in the power of HaWah, whom I will raise up unto them? Khan. You don't believe? You don't believe in the covenant of Shalom? I will make a covenant of Shalom with them. It should be an everlasting covenant. You don't believe in the promise of the Creator? Psalm 89. I have made a covenant with my chosen. I have sworn unto David my servant. It's everywhere, boss. Forever will I establish your seed and build up your throne to all generations, my nigga, because Dawid is forever the firstborn. Surely I will not be false unto ThaWaDa. I have found David my servant, with my holy oil have I anointed him, with whom my hand shall be established. My arm shall strengthen him, the enemy shall not exact from him, nor the son of wickedness afflict him. I will beat to pieces his adversaries before him, smite them that hate him. He never said this about JC or your Yahushai. Stop the cavalry. But my faithfulness, my mercy shall be with ThaWaDa, and through my name shall his horn be exalted. I will set his hand also on the sea, and his right hand on the rivers. And he shall call me, thou art my Father, my power, the rock of my salvation. I will also appoint him firstborn. Highest of the kings of the earth. Forever will I keep for him my mercy. And my covenant shall stand fast with him. His seed also will I make to endure forever, and his throne as the days of heaven. So again, this is forever, man. Highest of the kings of the earth, come. Who, oh who is Prester John? Firstborn. So we seen reality happen when we talk about two cross sticks coming back together. We're seeing prophecy happen when we see two cross sticks coming back together. Halal HaWah.
Okay, man, right here. What's up, Dave? It wasn't nothing crazy, but I guess even hundreds and more money. Yeah, man, I say whatever I want to say to you. Why is he here? Type shit.
One for your
That's
life.
right. That's D. Rosen right there. Chicago Bulls. Yeah.
So
I'm
I'm
gonna stay out
happy,
of this one.
man.
This is a Compton thing. I ain't from Compton, so I'm gonna leave this to them. But yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think y'all know what we filming now.
Hey. These are Indians, man. These are the Indians, man. I know you thought they was black people, but they from here. This is their indigenous land. Two cross sticks are coming back together. And look, man, you don't think you can handle this? You know, hijack city. My noggins, you think your bones are too dry for this, man? I need you to reach down. Okay, we don't do this often, Drop Nation, but this is love to my homie David David Goggins, man. Shout out to David Goggins. You don't feel like getting up this strong, man. You don't feel like popping off today, man. You don't feel like reuniting right now. You're afraid. I need you to reach down. I need you to grab your balls, man. grab your fucking balls, man. All right, put the kitties to bed. Grab your balls and check if they're still there. All right? Are they still there, man? All right, if they're still there, then put on your running shoes, man. Get ready, at least take a walk today. You know what I'm saying? Take a little walk through the park, man, through your local park, man. You know what I'm saying? Feel the vibration around you. Smile at the Naga that normally you probably wouldn't have smiled at. Give the A-Hop, shake a hand or two, give a hug out, you know what I'm saying, to the real ones, to the right ones, and know that the Indians are returning of India's superior boss. The Romani are returning of ancient Rome, my noggin. You know what I'm saying? The Creeks are reuniting with the Seminole and the Cherokee and the Choctaw. You know what I'm saying? This is what you witnessing. We call it Bloods and Cribs. You call it GDBD and all this other. My nigga, this is tribal, the tribe. The two cross sticks are coming back together. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Like with me, because we be finessing our way. Thanks to walk. Thank y'all.
They not like us.
Spank. Oh, come on, where we at? Oh, okay.
All the colors are coming together, man. They wearing their flags, not to kill a nigga. They wearing their flag and let them know that I represent this side of the tracks and I'm ready to be unified again. That means the Crips in LA got to come back with the Crips in LA, with the Hoovers in LA, with the Grape Streets, you know what I'm saying, with the, Long Beach card, man, like, you know what I'm saying, everyone, man, the Watts, the Compton, the Inglewood, everybody, man, let's try something new, because the old us, you already see, man, hindsight's 2020. We dead or in jail in Hijack City, man. This is for life, man. We're coming back together for life, because unity is breath. And the breath in the valley of dry bones gives you more life.
Yeah, we ain't yapping.
No more war, man. It's more life.
Everybody, we out here. Look, you see that? You see that? You dig? We ain't yapping. Whoa, got Roddy in here with Compton. You see what
Don't be Compton ass like they not like us. Now look at this hijack. They over there trying to compute. Computers compute. Now y'all can't compute because they not like us. They not like us. This is alchemy. This is when you turn this into something pure, like pure gold. Hijack can't compute this. This has to come from us. From us. To give us a moment, to give us a spark in the dark. Breath. To give us breath, man. More life. Who's the more? Are we at war? Is Moab still at war with Israel? They may want to think so, but I know we got some real Moabite cons out there that ain't at war with us like their ancestors were. Neither are we at war with us like our ancestors were at war with us. David family had a war within their own family. Solomon and them and the brothers of David had a war within their own flow. We got the same thing with Anan ben David. We got the drop, man. Daniel El Komisi, right? We done dug so deep, man. This is 141. They not like us, man. At this point, man, you see clearly you don't, man. They not like us, man. I'm so grateful, man, to be here. Right here, man. Right in the suburbs, man. I'm right here in the street, man. Right here in the turf, man. Right here where it's happening. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes like you hope things are popping off and that you got some, major situation happening that moves you out the hood, that moves you out the ghetto or the, whatever project, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes it's really good to be from here. You know what I mean? As much as I could have done that got me out of, Inglewood, or, for a long time I lived. After I was 13, my parents separated, and my mom moved over on 59th and Rempall, which is like Slauson and Crenshaw. So I sort of have like a bilingual, situation growing up in Inglewood and then moving over there, right there in the heart of the 60s, you know what I'm saying? I got homies from there, man. But man, we all one, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, we can't say that nowhere in our upbringing there's really no division except what we've decided to agree upon being divided. But it's not cool to be divided no more. It's cool to be divided from Hijack City, though, so our need for division still gets supplied by the reality that we've been invaded. No matter what you look like, we've been invaded, and we need our boundaries, right? We need boundaries, like the professor was getting at. But we don't have to put up these boundaries with each other the same way that we got to do with these hijacks. And we can, wear our flags but drop the boundaries, keep the love but drop the hate, and put the boundaries up with the ones that really do hate us, put the boundaries up where they truly are necessary. We kind of got to, what's it called, renovate. We got to renovate our house. This is about the whole house. We need some renovation. We need to reestablish our boundaries with Hijack City and with each other. We need to show way more acceptance and AHOP with each other and put up way more boundaries when it comes to the real op. We ain't the op no more, man. The Valley of Dry Bones is breathing again. You seen it, man. This is what the Prester Flow is all about. All those books is about you. And this is you in real time. They're going to write about you like the professor said. They're going to study us for the next 100 years, con. Witness, my man. Witness, my man. Now he got the leather jacket on with the leather boots. He on that Black Panther flow, wearing no colors, showing neutrality. So the ones in red and the ones in blues and the ones in yellows and the ones in orange and the ones in purple and all that could come together, man, and say, man, it's all one thing, man. Yeah, he got this biker crew, man. Hey, shout out to the biker cons in LA, man. Is you my friend? Are we locked in? Man, let's go. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Hey, where is? We out here. They never feel like us. They not like us. I know what the
Yeah.
Hey, we keep it Drake. No OVO. What up, nigga? Fuck Drake. Fuck Drake.
And more than F Drake, man, it's about our unity. But if it takes a F Drake to get us to put our flags to the side for a second, man, and give an A-hop and give a handshake and give a hug and say, hey, bro, I'm tired of this death. I'm tired of the funerals, man. We've done this for decades and damn near 100 years of just fighting, man. Like, is it time for a change? Are we on our Sam Cooke flow right now, man? Is change gonna come? Halal HaWah. Are you my friend?
I'm out here, my niggas though. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, Rico. Hey, Big G. I'm from Detroit. LA is a whole nother. Oh, hey, listen, this is a real gangster party. I know it is. I know it is. Yeah, back on Fed, we outside with it. Back on Fed, we outside. Yeah, this my nigga Smack, bro. What up? See where we at? We in Compton right now. I'm direct. Yeah. With my loved one, watch something fun.
ThaWaDa's homie, man. Great comic, man. Does some great, comedy on his page, but really just represents the turf, man. Appreciate you, Watts, homie, Quan.
Yeah, what we doing? Shit, we putting on for comedy, putting on for LA, putting on beat, you know what I'm saying? Watts, you know what I'm saying? So we just here having fun. K-Dot shoot, they not like us. Niggas gotta show them every time why they not like us. You feel me? That part. That part.
That part.
Nigga celebrate Kendrick Lamar. My young nigga up next, nigga. We got a big interview coming out. So y'all tune the fuck in to Stay Dangerous, the podcast. Yeah.
Hey, say it a little bit young. Y'all see where we at with it? My nigga Bud.
Yeah. In the trenches, go.
Steady on the phone. That motherfucker looking at the sky. Right now, though. But he caught your words, though. Rico, this motherfucker. Can't Rico this motherfucker with us. That's my blood cousin. Nigga. Let him know. Rico, that's my blood cousin. On the hood. Straight up. Sure.
These niggas never felt safe. We got the babies out. All shades and colors don't matter. They feel safe around all these niggas. That should tell you something. We ain't never more safe than around our own. You know what I'm saying? When we in cold. When we out of cold, we destruction on each other, man. But we've done that for so long. We know how to do it so well that it's like, don't you want to learn a new art form? Don't you want to learn a new way? That ain't a new way. That's the ancient way. Don't you want to go back home? And we all went home so bad, so good. We went home so good that it's time to put the boundaries up and say they not like us.
All that. No, there you go. Bro. Down.
Stab.
Hey, princess of comment. In this picture with all of us.
All colors felt good. They felt good. All colors felt good. And these are colors that have led to many funerals, man. But they felt good, man.
That's love. Oh, my mama. I love you, bro. I got this shit right for the city.
You heard that? I love you, man. All this naga them, and the key word is what? The key word is what?
That's love. Oh, my mama. I love you, bro. I got this shit right for the city. For everybody.
I love y'all. We immediately drop our defenses and get back to our frequency just like that by witnessing. When you observe the code, you are observing, you are witnessing, and that reality becomes a new probability. And that probability is a covenant of HALal HaWah. Yeah. They not like us.
Why are you not investing in?
Why, man? I got my land back. Like, I don't need to invest no more. Because they not like us. They not like us.
G looking like a kryptonite. Sure. KB? For sure. Hey, we got this shirt out. Hey, my boy going to get this. Hey, GD. Hey, we switched today. We switched today, man.
They got the Crips wearing red and the Bloods wearing blue, man.
Don't react. Everything rose gold, Cardi. Get that chocolate thing. My nigga, jip. Copy.
This is Naga showing out, man. They just having a good time. If you are the they, you don't understand. They ain't got their land. Why we ain't got our land? But we do got these jewels. We got this watch. We got this chain. We got this block. Whatever we do got, You're going to wish you was there. You're going to wish you was at the cookout. Professor Sky wish he was right here at the cookout. He wish he was accepted with these cons. And I'm just trying to tell you, man, it's about the love. These are love. This is love in its purest form. When it's been so wrong, when it's been so bad, when it's been so lost. But the breath comes back in the valley of dry bones come back together. And the sinew is restored. And HaWah is one. And for a moment, in this moment, that shepherd, right, can be Kendrick Lamar. Cool. For this moment, it's a function. David is a function. It's a frequency after all. And if they can unite around a neutral frequency, man, that's not neutral against the hijack. It's neutral with each other, but against the hijack, it's high level polarity, man. The hijack watching this is high level polarity. They're afraid. They just want to eat a hot dog. They want some punch. But are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then stab this way. Stab this way. Stab this way. I said, stab this way.
They not like us.
Da, da, da. Yeah. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Yo. Okay.
Are we about to right here?
That's our thing.
Right off to the side.
Are we locked in?
This shit is over. I don't want to get no guard. Famo. Hey, you gotta hit that cripple right now, bro.
They not like us. They not like us. Keep up. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman. We the ones that up the skull with them. Extra shit. Really the flow with them.
Okay. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas.
Yes, sir. Come on now.
The unity of Naga is undefeated. The frequency is undefeated. So I just want to share this special Prester 141 and the unity, you know what I'm saying? Because we undefeated. The Valley of the Dry Bones is undefeated. It's dry bones to who? It's all about perspective, but to those that see clearly, it's the tribe. It's the fire that continues to burn. Dun, 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 dun. Got that fire burning. Halal HaWah for the frequency of the fire that continues. You waited many days in solitary. By the time we looked up and understood what a priest or a prester was to these Europeans, that John just met King Juan. And when we saw the wand, Now we know we saw that John, the emperor of all the Ethiopians, Abyssinians, the Negro, the Indians, the king of the Indians, one shepherd. Da 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 da. We back, man. One tribe. Can't get enough, man. One vibe. Cause they a fan of Prester Juan John. At a place south of Egypt on the Catalan map, a Saracen king is described as being always at war with the Christians. Why would this Hebrew king be at war with the Christians of Nubia, who are under the rule of the emperor of Ethiopia, of the land of Prester John? But Ethiopia is below the southernmost edge. Did you know that Ethiopia is below the southernmost edge? We talking Antarctica, boss? And we learn nothing more about this. The narrators of Jean de Bethencourt's Canarian expedition speak on going to Africa to obtain news of Prester John. And Prince Henry's chronicler Gomez Yanez de Zorora writes of the explorations along the African coast that the prince, quote, not only desired to have knowledge of that land, but also of the Indies and of the land of Prester John if he could, end quote. Indeed, the search for Prester John, Priest John, Priest John, Prester Pak, Priest John. Look at the shoes. Dun 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 dun. Dun. They not like us. Indeed, the search for Priest John, for the name which Presbyter Johannes in Latin and Prêtre Jean in French, we're talking French, is simply a variant of this, was considered by Zoror to be one of the main reasons for Prince Harry's or Henry's whole enterprise. So the whole Crusades is searching for this black man, right? Dun 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 dun. Dun. They not like us. They not like us. The whole Crusades is looking for you, my naga. You, my naga. This is the main reason for Henry's whole enterprise. The legend of the Christian prince lived at the other flank of the Muslim world had excited Europe for nearly 300 years, but Henry's, the navigator's zeal to find him may seem surprising in the light of the dismal history of race relations that was to ensue as a result. For by this time, most educated Europeans consider Prester John to be black. Dun 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 dun. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. This does not mean that they had yet specifically identified him with the Emperor of Ethiopia as we understand that designation today. The you, John claims to have exceeded all men in riches. They not like us. They not like us. Yeah. 38, 39, 40. I was on 39 and 41. See how they try to skip? Man, they be just skipping stuff, man. Da, 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 da. Others again were as black as Ethiopians. Oh, so ugly, both in features and body, almost to appear to those who saw them the images of a lower hemisphere. You see what they've done to us in nature, in their books. It's just crazy how this thing is skipping on us, this PDF, man. See how they trying to take the flow. Because they not like us. So they don't want us to find us. Is that what it is? Wow. Nah, we ain't about to skip it. We gonna get this, man. Because they don't want us to be us. They a fan, they a fan, they a fan. They a fan, they a fan, they a fan. Let's go. Let's go, man. Hey, the price is going up on these hijacks, man. Because they know Prester John is a noggin. So, there we go, there we go. So the geography, this is what we wanted, of the Middle Ages was too vague for this. And the legend more splendid than that monarch or any monarch ever has been. In fact, Prester John had not originally been placed in Africa at all. The legend made its first known appearance in Europe in the 12th century when Bishop Hugh of Jabala arrived in Rome to appeal for a second crusade on behalf of the beleaguered Christian princes then established in the Near East as a result of the first. Hugh told a heartening story about a far eastern king simply named John, an historian, which we already know, we in 141, old king renowned for wise counsel is the definition, the connection of this Nestor. So every time they say Nestorian connects us to an old king that's renowned for wisdom. He ain't a Christian at all talking no JC. This is a wise king, that's all they're saying, who had invaded Persia not long before and conquered Ecbatana, its capital. John had then taken his army toward Jerusalem, intending to help its crusader king to defend it against Muslim attack, but had been unable to get his troops across the Tigris, describing John as a descendant of those magi who had made obeisance to the infant JC. Oh, come on. So in the New Testament, you got these Ethiopians that are there at the birth of the baby Jesus, and one of them Ethiopians is Prester Pak. But now they're just making him pay obeisance, made obeisance, bowing down to JC, Hijack City. Now we get the babies at the bathwater. We know he's a descendant of the Magi, the magicians, the magical Nagas, whose land he now ruled. Shu said that he wielded an emerald scepter. And we got in the book of Jashir that this is the same scepter that Adam had in the very beginning. That was passed on to Jacob and on and on. So Moses had the same scepter. Hugh's story may have been based on the exploits of an actual Tartar king. Where's Tartaria? America. Where's ancient Barbaria? Who's the Barbar? Who's the Swan Knight? We're talking America. The Tartars were often in contact with the far-flung Nestorian communities of Central Asia and had shown interest in Christianity from time to time. That don't mean that they were converted. The interest comes into saying, who is you? How do you got our books? That's interest, all right? The idea that they might be descended from the lost tribes of Israel, two cross sticks coming back together, also helped encourage the dream that they would one day see the light. Or whose dream? Whose light? Our dragon is our dragon, because they not like us. So their dream has us converting to Christianity in mass. Our dream has us returning to our Creator on our own land with our children's children still protected. That's our covenant. That's our dream. But their dream is us converting into the doomed diverse's perpetual slavery, servitude for them, right? Because their peace ain't our peace, and our shalom ain't them, because they not like us. And form the other jaw of a great Christian pincer movement against Islam. So their cover story is that they wanted to go find Prester Pak so he can help them against the Muslims. The real story is the Muslims and the Christians were working together to find the Hebrew priest king to take the land and put the Hebrew Israelite children into perpetual slavery. Because that benefits the Moabites, you dig, who are the Christians and the Muslims. Let's go. And of course, the example of a mass conversion of the Central Asian steppes has been provided by the Khazars. Many Europeans evidently thought this had been a conversion to Christianity. Later on, there was to be a widespread but mistaken belief, or is it a true belief, that Genghis Khan had become a Christian. You know, I'm going to rock with Ronald Sanders, man. Love to Ronald Sanders. This is Lost Tribe and Promised Land by Ronald Sanders. I don't think Genghis Khan ever converted to Christianity. I don't think Genghis Khan ever converted to Islam. But I do think Genghis Khan was connected to the tribe of Moab somehow, some way. The Tartar version of the legend was still strong enough in the late 13th century, 1200s, for Marco Polo to assume that a neighboring prince he had heard about while in Cathay was Prester Pak. Where's Cathay? You got that fire. You got that water. In the worldwide map, where's Cathay? East side or the west side? Yeah, I see Florida, I see Mexico. Why does it say China? And why did Marco Polo call China Cathay? And why is it called the Cateo Regnum, which is the kingdom? Mangi kingdom? Mangu? Manku? Yeah, we're talking Inca flow. Cateo, we're talking Cathay. North America, nah, boss. India, superior. Cathay's right here, right? So Marco Polo assumed that a neighboring prince he had heard about while in North America was Prester John, which is again why the British Museum has Prester John. You know, literally in America. But a new and more fantastic version had appeared in the second part, or latter part, of the 12th century. Some 20 years after the Second Crusade, advocated by Bishop Hugh, had ended in failure. No doubt, the Christian imagination was now in greater need of fantasy concerning the East, and this is what it got in the celebrated Prester John letter. A work of unknown provenance and authorship which no longer exists in its original version. We know it today only through a multitude of recapitulations published in the ensuing centuries in prose and in verse, in Latin and in vernaculars, many of them embroidered with the fantasies of later generations. So it's been hijacked, and they destroyed the original version. Or not. The summary that follows is based on an inferential reconstruction made in the 19th century of the original. The letters purportedly addressed to the Christian emperor, in some versions, Manuel of Byzantium, and others, Frederick Barbarossa, by John the Presbyter, quote, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Where did we hear that before? Oh, Psalms 89, rocking my salvation. I will appoint him firstborn, highest of the kings of the earth. Let me get some high quality H3O. So Prester John, or King David, and Prester means priest, who's the emperador, or the emperor of the Abyssinians, which means the mixed multitude, because this term predates Ethiopia. So before it was called Ethiopia, it was the Abyssinians. Right? It's the year of the dragon, Malaga. Either you see clearly or you don't. You got that light. To the hijack, it's a deadly glance. It's a paralyzing sight. Do you got the light? Do you see clearly? to be Ethiopian before it was a term of a specific place. Again, this is, you know, a very generic terminology when it comes to orientation. Ethiopia was not always in Africa. It's just talking about a Negro, a fiery looking Negro. Ethiopia was originally Abyssinia, right? We got this, right? The Abyssinia is Habasa, a mixed multitude. Moses has a mixed multitude. Prester has a mixed multitude. We're talking tribes, not races. Tribes are mixed. It's like if we gather today, most of our gathering might be Israel, but some will be outside the house of Israel, but they will be a part of our mixed multitude, our mixture. Different races or tribes dwelling there, right? So for Prester to be the emperor of this multitude, we're talking about end of days. We're talking about Jeremiah 30, whom I will raise up unto you. Habasa, right? Which is the old name for Ethiopia. Okay? So where have we seen King of Kings and Lord of Lords? It's right there. Psalms 89. I have found my servant David. I will appoint him firstborn, highest of the kings of the earth. And this is why he can claim to be the Khan of Khans, the Abyssinian. Highest of the kings of the earth. King of kings and Lord of lords, in order to describe himself and his realm, now that knowledge of our greatness. Yeah. Has reached you. John claims to have exceeded all men in riches, virtue, and power. When he rides forth in war, he is accompanied by more than 100,000 cavalrymen and more than 1,000,000 foot soldiers. You can't go to war with this Naga. You talking about bringing the Nagas together. He got 1,000,000 foot soldiers marching behind 13 enormous crosses made of gold, precious stones. 72 kings pay tribute to him. 30,000 men eat at his table every day. They are served by 7 kings, 52 dukes, and 365 counts, as well as by humbler retinue, Roman and Greek. Professor want to talk about the Greeks and the Romans, but he ain't talking Prester John. If you ain't talking to Prester, you ain't talking Israel. You can't talk Kendrick, who tells you he's an Israelite. Don't call him black no more. They eat at John's side. The table itself is made of emerald, supported by legs of amethyst. Other tables in the palace are of gold and ivory. The palace, quote, built after the pattern of one erected for King Gundafor by the Apostle Thomas is a vast structure of shittim wood, ebony, gold, onyx, sardonyx, and crystal. John's bedchamber, the Prester's bedchamber, David's bedchamber, is bedecked with gold and precious stones. Would it not be for Kondawi? And his bed is made of sapphire, but the sapphire represents chastity. And though John has an harem of the most beautiful women in the world, he lies with one or another of them only 4 times a year altogether. So he retains, he does his semen retention to an extent, but 4 times a year he's going to pop off for the trial. You know what I'm saying? To give you another David, you know what I mean? Solely for procreation, God. Nor is this the only demonstration that John's realm is not founded on mere untrammeled splendor. When he rides forth on ordinary occasions, he is preceded not by martial magnificence, but by an unadorned wooden cross and a vase full of earth, to remind him of the passion of the Savior. Oh, stop it, boss. Here comes the Christianity. What's a Christian to a Hebrew king? What are you talking about? We ain't worshiping JC over here. Only HaWah is our Savior. So they don't know what he's carrying around this vase full of earth. Remember the Samanyan River and how one of the prophets took the dirt, you know what I'm saying, from this river to prove that this dirt moved for 6 days and rested on the Shabbat, and this Sabbath river that represents the real day of the Shabbat, the holy day, the Samanyan, that tribes are exiled on the other side of it. They can't cross it because it runs for 6 days and rests on the 7th day. How this one prophet had this whole vase or this jar full of this earth. Like, they don't know. They're just going to connect it to JC. That's they, though. But they not like us, right? Let's go, man, for the discipline. To be sure, the vase is of gold, and the silver bowl full of gold is also brought along. But this is so that the world may also be reminded of John's greatness. A bent for self-effacement is above all shown by his simple title of presbyter or prester or priest, or Khan, because the Khan is the priest. The reason for it, he explains, is to distinguish his own unique majesty from all the kings and archbishops with whom his palace is regularly overflowing. Everybody calls himself king, but he's the prester. He's the Khan. In this array of high titles, we choose to be called by a lesser name and to assume an inferior rank to show our great humility. An ideal balance of wisdom and wealth also characterizes the realm over which John presides. There is no poverty among his subjects and no strife. Thieves and robbers are not found here, nor adultery, right? Just like the coal and avarice, there is no flattery, no lying, for he who speaks a lie dies forthwith or is regarded by us as dead. His name is not mentioned, nor is he honored. So they knew how to still honor a Naga, when he's not lying, right? You can still honor your brother. You can still honor your sister. If Kendrick does something honorable, we can honor him. If Nipsey does something honorable, we can honor him. We can honor you. That doesn't take away the glory of the Creator. That shows us that the Creator is inspiring you. Pilgrims and visitors are warmly received. Indeed, they may find a special reward in store for them. For a desert place, there stands a rock that has incredible curative powers. 2 holy men guard it, and ask every arriving pilgrim, if he's a Christian. Well, that's being translated. That's their conjecture. But maybe he says, do you KTC? Do you keep the code? If he answers affirmatively, he is allowed to get into a muscle-shaped cavity in the rock in which there are 4 inches of water. Now this brings us back to that fountain of youth flow, where it was bringing the tribe back to the age of 32. If the pilgrim's faith is sincere, the water will rise miraculously above his head 3 times and he will be cured of his ailment. That's that living water. Despite such miracles of nature, the main feature of the landscape in Prester John's realm seems to be desert. Remember the Kofar al-Tarak that we got, which is the kafir that the Muslims call this pagan, kafir, kofir, this person that doesn't listen, right? This person's not righteous. This kafir is going their own way. So the Presters, his people, are called the Kafir al-Torah or Torak in the Islam flow. The Kafir, the Kafir, the pagan. And in Christianity, we are called pagans and savages if we don't accept their JC, right? So no matter you're talking Christian or Muslim, David would be labeled a pagan if he's not rocking with JC or he's not rocking with Muhammad in there. If he's not rocking with the Moabites in there, you will be called pagans. We will be demonized. We will be called savages in both, which lets you know that they're rocking with each other to demonize you, to demonize David, to demonize Prester John in the desert. So these desert people, the Kafir al-Tarak, was known for whooping up on this, Mohammedan tribes, man. Yeah, that's trying to convert them. Like Saul's dad, Kish, was charged by Muhammad to turn these Benjamites, because Kish is a Benjamite, Saul's pops, King Saul's pops, is a Benjamite. And Muhammad gave him the task of converting his people to Islam. So it happened with our own people. To convert our own people, whether they're Christian or Muslim, they use our people to convert our own people. Or they use people that look like us. Yeah. We're talking about the sandy sea, the salmon. Yeah, we're going to go deeper. I just wanted to get it with a brand new dragonfly, a brand new perspective, man. Brand new frequency. Understanding that they not like us. So their perspective, their depictions can never be accurate. We have to remember who we are. And that unity we feel, that vibration, that frequency is us remembering that we love each other. That this is about AI for us. And they just not like us. Despite such miracles of nature, the main feature of the landscape in Prester John's realm seems to be desert. It is dominated by a waterless, sandy sea. A waterless, sandy sea. A sea without water. Oh, a river without water on which the sand moves and swells into waves like the sea and is never still. After the desert journey of 3 days from this ocean or from the sea, one reaches mountains from which descends a waterless river of stones, which flows through our country to the sandy sea. 3 days in the week it flows and casts up stones, both great and small, and also carries with it wood to the sandy sea. When the river reaches the sea, the stones and the wood disappear and are not seen again. While the river is in motion, it is impossible to cross. On the other 4 days, it can be crossed. The desert character of the realm is further suggested by John's particular stress upon elephants, dromedaries, and camels among the many animals to be found there. And in other depictions of the sandy sea, it's says in many different uh, documents, authors digging on it, especially the Jewish authors, right? So if you dig on a lot of the Jewish publications about the Sambenyan, some spell it Sambat, like Bat, Yan, or Yan could be John or Johannes, right? That it runs 6 days and rests on the seventh, and then some say 3 days and 4 days and different things. Yet for all this aridity, there is an abundance. The sandy sea, for example, contains all kinds of edible fish without water. Where then is this remarkable country? Our magnificence writes, Prester John, Prester John dominates the three Indias and extends to farther India where the body of St. Thomas the Apostle rests. It reaches through the desert towards the place of the rising of the sun and continues through the valley of the deserted Babylon close to the Tower of Babel. Suddenly the vague immensity takes on a biblical tinge. Now when we talk Prester, we gotta talk Bible, which means we gotta talk David. This is deepened when John informs us that his territories comprise the Pison, which is one of the four rivers that rise up out of the Garden of Eden, right? Terrestrial paradise, according to the second chapter of Genesis. And I was just getting this, one of the Prester hours, man, live in the ether, just doing a replay, talking exactly about Prester John and his connection with terrestrial paradise and the fountain of youth, according to the second chapter of Genesis. Furthermore, like the land of Hivala or Hawala, around which the biblical Pison flows, John's country contains gold. Yeah, man, the gold rush, right? The cities of gold and onyx. Yeah, after the Ghana, onyx battle, let's go. It also flows with milk and honey, a hint at the location and or a hint at the location of this realm is provided by Genesis 2:13, which tells us that another of the four rivers of Eden, the Gahan or the Jihan or the John, compasses the whole land of Ethiopia or Abyssinia. John tells us that his palace is in Susa, the ancient capital of Persia. But this also implied proximity to Ethiopia in the vague geographical imagination of medieval Europe. Because we know Ethiopia is not in one place. It's where all you burnt face, fiery looking Nagas with the deadly glance are, right? As the centuries pass, and again, this confused geography has ancient and honorable roots. The first verse of the book of Esther describes the realm of the Persian king Axorus, whose palace also was at Susa, as extending from, quote, India unto even Ethiopia. And Greek and Roman authors, because we're talking Greek and Roman, right, Professor Psych? There's a similar vagueness about a vast region taken in by terms like India and Ethiopia, the latter even in its narrowest sense comprising a much larger area than the present-day Ethiopia, and beginning just south of the first cataract of the Nile or Mississippi. And about its relationship with its better-known Persia in the apocryphal Acts of St. Thomas the Apostle moves easily between Persia and India because they're in the same place. Starting roughly with the 5th century apocryphal writer, the Pseudo-Abdias, who described the exploits of the Apostle Thomas, Bartholomew, and Matthew in each of the three Indias, Managas. King David is Khan of the world, man. all three Indias. This later concept became a standard one in the Middle Ages. One of the three Indias faced, quote unquote, Ethiopia. According to pseudo-Badias, the second faced Persia, and the third occupied the ends of the earth. They just found you here, boss. In the ends of their earth, their perspective of the earth, between the ocean and the rim of darkness. The third became especially fruitful for the geographical imagination, the region of untold islands in which the plural term Indias etymologically one and the same as Indies, West Indies, East Indies, came to rest once and for all. There also were less mysterious, more valid definitions of the three Indias among medieval geographers. But for most Europeans, even learned Europeans, the term covered a vast and distant region of dark-skinned people. So when we talk Ethiopians or Indians, we're talking about a vast, distant region of so-called dark-skinned people. So the king of the Indies is the king of all the dark-skinned peoples, right? Whether you Israel or Moab or whoever, David is the one shepherd forever, culminating in a countless array of islands in one direction and in Ethiopia or Abyssinia, the biblical Cush in the other. So the Prester John letter clearly somewhat south of the original Tartar centers of the legend was to be increasingly identified as Ethiopia. So we know the old name for Ethiopia is what? Abyssinia, right? The Zoroaster-like character. And Zoroaster is one of their prophets and priests. Let's go. Who thus begins to emerge can be perceived as deeply bound up in the imagery and mythology of the ancient East. In some ways, he is another version of the noble non-European whose Western counterpart we have come upon in the Fortunate Islands. But there are significant differences. Unlike the Fortunate Islander, this sophisticated Oriental knows both the value of money and the necessities of war. The Western idea was founded in a classical simplicity and closeness to a fresh and fertile nature, whereas this Oriental, whose reposes in a natural environment that is harsh, forbidding, and old, and that yields up minerals and miracles more readily than vegetation. The way of life envisioned for the West was essentially democratic. This Eastern one is the best of all possible monarchies. The Fortunate Islands beckons to pioneers, Prester John's domains to pilgrims and saints, while the noble savage sings of a future far from the clutter of decadent civilization. Our noble Ethiopian makes a last plea for the treasures, both material and spiritual, that may still be found among the rubble of a sacred past. Abyssinia, old name for Ethiopia. Prester John, Emperado de los Abyssinios. First born, highest of the kings of the earth. David, whom I will raise up unto them. Now we got some drop on this ThaWaDa. Outside the ring, love to Italian PNC, fair use in your caboose. We're going to do a triple belly flop on the way out the door. We're going to dig on this drop. Love to Yosef the Real and the copper thread. Drop some great drop. You know the hijack be trying to talk about the Prester. So we're going to belly flop just a little in this and we'll get some more, you know what I mean, next time as well. Oh, man, I mean, let's have some fun for the dismount, man. Let's have some fun for the dismount. Second ring beyond the ice walls, Lemuria, Yaqub Fortress, that's Jacob's Fortress, and the frozen waste. Now we're talking Yaqub, the big-headed scientist that created all these Caucasians. Let's go, man, for the dismount. Halal HaWah.
The world beyond the ice walls. The second ring beyond the ice walls. This is Italian PNC talking, and before we start this video, I just gotta say, today it's not a good day for me. I have a pretty good cough, and I have somewhat of a throat ache, so my voice might not sound the best.
It's okay, bro.
And that's just like a little...
Just right quick, love to Nas Confunded, man. Vibes of the Cosmos, man. Everybody doing great work. Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, and just the orientation flow and so many more, man. Excuse me, William Carpenter, man. 100 Proofs, you know, Earth's Not a Globe, dropped on Johns Hopkins University. Love to Ty Bazan, you know what I mean? Just love to everybody. Before he dropped on this Azania, this is Azania, and if you zoom in, it says the land of Prester John, and it's outside the second ice ring on this map that we're just digging on, you know what I'm saying? You know, one of those kind of what ifs, you know, we're just surfing the wave of possibilities because that's what we got. Antarctica, the ice wall that surrounds us now, has openings that connect to more land. Prester John leads us into the orientation pies and orientation enchiladas. Prester John leads us back to the Ethiopia, to the indigenous truth, to the India superior. Prester John, the one shepherd, my naga, leads you back to the code. Make sure we're talking most high over everything. You know what I'm saying? We got flat drive, and of course we got 432 frequency, because 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9, and 9 is the dragon, and the Prester is the dragon according to the Webster Dictionary 1828. Lego.
adverts for you guys, just so you know. But that won't stop me from making this video, which I've been prolonging for long enough, and it's been a while since I wanted to do this. I've done my research and I want to get right into it. So for newcomers, what is this? What am I looking at? As always, small recap before we get into the topics of this video. This is the world beyond these walls. This is a map that uses a specific type of projection. Well, it's not really flat earth projection, but it is some sort of like projection that makes it so that the landmasses can be displayed in this way. That explains that beyond the ice walls, that would be Antarctica, there are more landmasses to explore and to know about, and there has been multiple episodes made of the series by me that explain in detail every single detail of these landmasses. And
orientation pies, man. Tiger Gate, Sentinel Gate, Leviathan Gate, to get up out of here to more lands. Hijacks might have some of them that they promise as their heavens, and they give these celebrities, right, gatekeepers, right, some island somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's starting to make sense.
And we had two series. One was the ones that were about the first,
the Kingdom of Prester John. So we know we got the Prester flow here, Calais Loose and Cathay and all that, India Superior. But is there a vortex that can scoop you past the second ice ring, my naga? They'll never find us here. In the Kingdom of Prester John with the floating islands in New Cahokia, like the Cahokia Mounds. We popping off.
ring beyond the ice walls, which, following Antarctica that has 4 gates that open, have all these landmasses in the first ring that we discovered in the first series. And now we're doing the second season where we discover the lands in Akupara, which is the name used to define this second ring beyond the ice walls, even bigger than the first one, that shows even more land masses in great detail, even describing their physiological features, their historical features. But while the first original series also dwelled on political topics, or rather geopolitical, explaining the states that existed in these lands and characters of them,
Hold up, man.
even bigger than the first one, that shows even more land masses.
So we got Moo outside the wall here, Amun Ra Wars, and all their hijacks outside the second ice ring, or what they call the Montane ice ring. Okay. Then you got Thoth the Moving Island. We already talked about that. Guarding the second gate, the Sentinel's gate, just like the Matrix got the Sentinels, right? Let's go.
In great detail, even describing their physiological features, their historical features. But while the first original series also
Then you got the domain of the parasite, which is right outside of Thoth in there. So these parasites got their own domain. Let's go.
dwelled on political topics, or rather geopolitical, explaining the states that existed in these lands and characters of them. In the second map, which is the one we're using now, that describes the second ring, we don't have that, so we have to do our own research, which I'm doing for you in this case, learning about these topics, basing myself on the names and the descriptions, and trying to point and unite all these topics together so that we have a very big view of this entire topic. So now that we know a bit of it, in case of you not knowing already,
the Kingdom of Prester John. We're talking Azania, or we're talking Ania.
because you're a new viewer, or simply because you wanted to just rehear about this one more time, then let's get into what we've been doing last episode. So we've been going in this direction. I don't remember if this is counterclockwise or clockwise. I'm not really sure. I never managed to remember this, but I think it's counterclockwise. So we've been going counterclockwise, starting from this area right here, World Room, and learning about all these continents here one by one, step by step, every single episode. And now,
that's clockwise, boss. That's clockwise.
After doing the Titanic Forest, the Land of Giants Sequoia, or Forest of Giant Sequoia, and Oracula, the Lands of Prophets, as well as the Yokoruna Sea Forest, and Asclepia, the Living Hospital, we have arrived to this area of the map, which is what we will be covering in this episode.
Woo! So just like we got Lemuria in the Pacific, right? Because we got these moon nagas, Lemuria. Does that contain some vortex to bounce you outside the second ice ring or third ice ring to get to this greater Lemuria flow? Vortex.
I've already done a lot of research for this, and you might already see some things you might already know, depending
The fertile graveyard, or are we talking Valley of Dry Bones, man? Let's go.
On how well versed you are on these topics. But that said, I think
and for this to be a living hospital, we gotta have hella, medicinal plants, right? Let's go.
Can finally give a start to this episode. Once again, I'm trying to make these episodes right between like 2 other types of videos, so that I don't just like store you guys.
But I've never seen the Patmos here as the fortress of Jacob, man. The fortress of Yaakov. And it looks like there's another gateway to get up outside this joint. Let's go.
With just this series, because I know it can get boring, even if it is extremely interesting to dwell upon. But after all, I do have more projects going on, so we do have those like shorter types of videos where I kind of like blind react to maps, like the one I just made last time, or the ones where I delve into topics that have been recognized a lot in this kind of community. But also I have other like long-standing series, like the one of Nos Confundum's Terra Infinita map, which by the way has not been gaining a lot of traction lately, and I personally have had more and more trouble trying to like actually go on with it, because I can find less and less information on the planes of existence that are shown on that map. So I think we might be closing up with that one, but we will talk about it in the next episode of that one whenever it comes out. Now let's focus on this one. So The first topic we'll be going onto, and the first continent we'll be looking, is the thing called Greater Lemuria, the fertile graveyard. So first of all, we can see exactly where it is positioned on the map. We have it right on the top right of the map, aka the east of the map, in the northeast of the map. We have it right near to the ones we saw last episode, but it is very much itself a continent of its own, not connected to any of the ones we looked at last time. It is also differently positioned when it comes to the wastes. The wastes are seen as these like landmasses that actually are themselves like sign of like the end of the world, like what you would describe as the end of the world, you know? We have a sea, we have a continent, and then we have these.
And you got that Shia, like the Shia, right? Like the Western Shia that Genghis Khan went to war against, the XIA. The XIA is also the XI or the Shi or the Olmec. This XIA, which is the palace of the Jade Dragon.
It's like sign of like the end of the world, like what you would describe as the end of the world, you know? We have a sea, we have a continent, and then we have these wastes. We've traveled through the scorched wastes, we've seen the irradiated wastes, we've seen the walls of Asgard, which are a bit different, and we've seen the Titanic Forest, which, while it does sound kind of interesting, it is also itself a wasteland. And now we're getting into this area right here, the frozen wastes.
Alright. So this you know, Palace of Jacob type of thing, you know, is guarding this area that's called the Spotlight Sea. Now you know this is a vortex. You probably pop out anywhere you want over here, man.
So the continent of Greater Lemuria is positioned right here. So before we get right into what exactly this is, I gotta say, if you guys know what Lemuria is, you know you're in for a treat. Because Lemuria itself, by the word itself, you should know that this has very much links to history and theories of their own and stuff about sunken continents. And let's get right into what I'm saying, because this is extremely interesting. And if I don't remember incorrectly, I might already have made, actually yes, I do remember it correctly, and I have made a video where, along many other topics, I did talk about in detail, and not much detail, but some detail about Lemuria, and that was the video about the lost lands iceberg, something like that. I think the second episode of that, or if not, I will link this in the description down below, so if you want to watch it and learn more about Lemuria in the historical context of it, then you can go and watch that, since I already talked about this. But this is like a completely different view of it, because obviously it's in the context of the Beyond the Ice Wall series, so it's a completely different kind of perception of it and where it is positioned and what it is really about. But before we keep going into that, let's just analyze the name very quickly. We have Greater Lemuria, and then right here we have Lemuria. So we can see these are two different landmasses, although they are very near to each other. But we have Great Lemuria being, of course, the larger one, and then Lemuria. And these also have their own descriptions. In the case of Lemuria, it is the Forsaken Empire, written right here. In the case of Greater Lemuria, it is the Fertile Graveyard. So these will be descriptions that will be analyzed later, after we get into the historical context of Lemuria itself. So first of all, what are we talking about when we say Lemuria? Well, Lemuria has a lot of historical analyses that have been made throughout the years, and it all kind of starts by a man called Philip Sclater. This is an English zoologist that in 1864 was researching the fossils and generally just the creatures, the animals, fauna that lived in Madagascar, the island of Madagascar. Also, let's just get on it map-wise so we know what we're talking about. The island of Madagascar, the southern parts of the subcontinent of India, actually, and then the islands that exist in the Indian Ocean, and finally even Australia and Africa. And while he was seeing the fauna of these places, he noticed that there was very much a similarity between the creatures that lived in these places. Of course, mainly, and we'll see of course because of the name, mainly lemurs. Lemurs being those little creatures, little critters that look like primates kind of, but they're a bit different and they're very small, and they live, well, most people know them because they live in Madagascar, but sort of them and different kinds of them also live near the southern tip of India, the archipelagos that are existing in the Indian Ocean, and all the way right here. So he tried to understand how a species that was so similar could live in these three places despite all of them being very, very distant one from the other. Of course, Madagascar wasn't connected to anything. These islands were literally thousands of kilometers apart, the hundreds of kilometers apart, and of course these two places were completely different, and before human contact, which brought with itself ships and stuff like that, it wouldn't be explained how these creatures could traverse such source of land altogether. So the theory that he made was that once upon a time, in a very, very distant past, there was a landmass that connected all these three places, a large landmass that connected these three places, where these creatures lived normally in each part, and of course spread around an entire area. This was also confirmed by types of birds that existed in all these places, of course birds being able to fly, so that's a bit different, but also the local flora, so the plants, once again, not very able to spread unless you count with wind, but once again, that depends on the plant. Some plants don't have just seeds that can be spread in that way. So this was very interesting as a theory. This was before the theory of continental plates was made and before people started believing in that, which explained it in a different way, aka that all these continents kind of like merged together and like created Pangea, which was the supercontinent that held them all together, and then spread apart, aka why some of these places were united in the past and then not again united. So this was before that. And in this context, when that wasn't discovered, the concept of a single continent and a single landmass being sunken in the ocean wasn't that far from the truth. We had examples of this even in Europe. The part between the British Isles and the rest of Europe was called Doggerland, and it was this area right here which used to be in fact land, and this was very much well known by that point in time. So seeing that and seeing of course the legends of places like Atlantis, it wasn't too far away to be believed that a landmass this big could exist in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, and all the hijacks flocked to it. Now, can it exist in the ocean and outside the walls, man? Can it be one? Is this all one? Like, we gotta adjust our perspective. Let's go.
This theory, which was started as again by this like zoologist, this English zoologist, which by the way was able to traverse and explore all these places because during that time, 1864, the British Empire was still in its full high point, and it controlled both India, coastal regions of Africa, and had a large influence in the Indian Ocean. And at that point, India was also, of course, ruled by the British Raj, which was the colony that the British had established in India. And the people that are called the Tamils, which are a specific ethnic group that lives in the southern tip of India, the Indian subcontinent, and the northern part of Sri Lanka, also called the island of Ceylon, basically started uniting this theory of the zoologist, which that by that point spread in the higher circles of these cultures, to one that existed in the far past. So Tamil and Sanskrit accounts called upon a South Indian landmass that was lost to the ocean. And there were two cities that were made in ancient times, built in ancient times, and that were in this hypothetical, or well, not hypothetical, more like lost landmass, which were called Ten Madurai and Katapapuram. And these two cities were recorded in multiple texts, but were lost to the ocean. Then again, we have things like the Katal, which is the word that was used and was made by these cultures to define the seizure by ocean, or sometimes seizure by tsunami. So that meant something that existed in the landmass, and then
So we got the flood stories, right? Things that are under the water. Now, the water hasn't fully receded, and a lot of these islands are just the peaks of these land masses still under the water. Of course, when we talk about this India flow, and this Tamil flow, it connects directly, man, to the Prester, Cholas, and Pandians, and all that. So the whole Pandya Chola, which is Soli, which is Saliman. Remember, Prester John of the three Indias, right? So all these land masses are one, like the Pangea flow. King David, the Prester, the priest Khan, firstborn bond, Psalms 89, the covenant of Shalom, Hosea 3, right? Search for HaWah and Kandawi, Jeremiah 30, whom I will raise up to you, Ezekiel 37, one shepherd forever, is the Khan of the entire earth plane. It's the Khan of the world.
Then was taken by the sea. And this was roughly in the first millennium before Christ that these were mentioned in the records of the Pandyan kings, which were the kings that ruled the area all around that time.
Whoa, Salah, he just said it, man. We just said Panian, right? Didn't he just say Panian after we said Panian, my nigga? Let's go.
Landmass, and then was taken by the sea. And this was roughly in the first millennium before Christ that these were mentioned in the records of the Pandyan kings, which were the kings that ruled the area all around that time, very, very far away in the past, which were, of course, an early time.
No, not that far. So first he said the Tamil dynasty, then we start talking about the Cholas and the Panians, and then he mentions the Panians, but we had already talked Panians, man, when we talk about David, Axilar, Solslan, which means the menacing look, which means the one with the deadly glance, which means the dragon Khan. He's the son of Prester John, who is the Pania. He just said Pania. Emperor of the Soli, and the Soli is the Chola, is the Soli. The Chola is the Soli, which is the Soliman. Soliman, the Raja Hiraja, Prester John, and from this comes the Hanan, the Kanan, the Ania. Yeah, man. He's the father of Soliman. Husband of Labana, Limbu, queen of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, or Rubati, Gadi, Mani. Because surely the king and queen of Judah are just like the two cross sticks coming back together. You got one shepherd. King David is the Khan of all of Israel, including Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, which makes him the emperor or the emperador. Emperador de los Abyssinios is the Prester, is Prester John. Juan means king, priest. Prester means priest. Copper color naga found here. Emperador is the emperor of Soli. Prester John, he's in the genie, he's in the genealogy. And we're just talking the Panians and the Tamil dynasty, the Cholas and them. Ooh-wee. Italian PNC for the dismount. Can I get that back for a stack? And then we're going to get a few more triple dismounts. Nadia Comaneci, perfect 10s, man.
In the landmass, and then was taken by the sea. And this was roughly in the first millennium before Christ.
The three Indias, right? Prester John, remember, we're talking the three Indias. The Leviathan, Levi.
That these were mentioned in the records of the Pandyan kings, which were the kings that ruled the area all around that time, very, very far away in the past, which were, of course, an early Tamil dynasty. So all of this kind of fits together into creating some sort of like congruent theory that would make sense at first glance. And of course, there's also references to this in South Asian literary works from the ages of the Middle Ages and even antiquity. In fact, the popular Hindu flood myth of Manu, the lord of the Dravida, so South India, Dravidia, Dravidians, and so on, these kind of words refer usually to the southern part of India, roughly around this line, but yeah. Well, they were written in antiquity and then they were referenced in the Middle Ages, and they all refer to this lost landmass. So all of this kind of created a sort of theory that was picked up by the Indian Civil Service officer Charles D. McLowan, and he theorized that Lemuria not only just existed, but it was also the original homeland of the Dravidians, the southern Indians basically, and
the Dravidians are the Davidians. We're talking David. So when they went through their whole untouchable phase, the untouchables, look up the untouchables of India, to where people wouldn't even touch these Nagas. They were untouchable. In civilization, you couldn't even touch them. They went to the store, they paid for something, you want to give them back their change, you couldn't even touch their hands because their blackness was so uncouth, was so, demonized. So these Dravidians, one letter rule, Horace Butler, are the Davidians. And a lot of them ended up going where? To Trinidad, Jamaica, different things, because, they had that, situation, man, right, with their caste system, right? But that's not the only India. This is India superior. Florida, Mexico. We're just talking so-called North America, which is Asia Major, which is India Superior, which is Grand Tartaria. So what's happening here in the home of the Prester? And why, again, did the British Museum put the Prester right in the same area? This MS map in the British Museum showing connections between Marco Polo's Asia and the New Land circa 1530. India Superior, and here you got Prester John. And this is where they're knowing that the Hebrew, headquarters, man, Zion, right? Udall, Judah is right here. Cathay, India Superior, Mexico, Prester John. Why did they do that in 1530 in the British Museum? Antioch, India Superior, India Superior.
the theory spread in nationalist Tamil circles and was starting to call Lemuria Kumari Nadu, aka the territory of Kumari, which meant
The Khandam. The Khan is the Khan, my naga, the priest. Let's go.
basically that this entire
And the Kum is the Kum. Kumkum means to rise, the rising of the priest. The land of the priest that will rise again.
entire landmass, which once again I have to just show you how big it was, and it is comparable when you put it like that to the one we're looking about right here.
Okay.
This entire landmass was the origin point of the people of southern India, and it basically explained this huge landmass that was lost.
Okay.
So now that we have the historical context kind of put together, let's try to figure out how that connects with the Beyond the Ice Walls map, and how a territory which was clearly much linked to the Indian Ocean can be put in the Ocean of Destiny. That's how this place is called, but in the second ring Beyond the Ice Walls. So there have been multiple theories about this. Of course, the most probable being simply that the position of Lemuria might have been wrong.
New Nestoria. Wow. Shangri-La. We're going to get more of this. We're definitely going to probably pop off part 142 right here with a Thai PC, because I love getting orientation pies and orientation enchiladas. And I know you saw Cibola right there too, right? Cibola is Calabus, but what's it got to do with the Calabus right here in so-called North America, which ain't labeled North America on no OG maps? It's India Superior. And you're talking about Prester John, King of the Indians, they call him. They call him Emperado of the Three Indias, man.
While they thought that it was a place in the Indian Ocean, it was instead beyond the ice walls, and they traveled way further to actually find this landmass and arrive to South Asia when basically the flood myth was created. Another theory could be that the landmass itself was like some sort of teletransportation that basically appeared here and then suddenly disappeared here, hence why the cities of Tenmadurai and Katapapuram were lost and reappeared here. And then again, we have to take into account that this area was
Damn, we got the new Caribbean right here, man. What?
to have kings and emperors, so it wasn't a tribal area with no sort of civilization on it, which wasn't recorded in history. No, it was like a recorded place, so people knew about it in some sort of fashion. Now, of course, we could be saying that this is confusing ourselves with other landmasses that were lost in South India. In fact, we do know that places like the Maldives were in fact connected to the Indian subcontinent in the far past, as well as Sri Lanka was all the way to the Middle Ages before the bridge that connected India to Sri Lanka was lost after a tsunami. And if we connect that to other theories, we could just say that, the continent of Lemuria is nothing but like a place of fiction that was like created for nationalist rhetoric, while the real Lemuria might have already existed, but it was lost to the multiple tsunamis that affected the area, and it was not as large as the original one was intended to be. But in this map, the result of this kind of theory is another one. Lemuria does exist, and it is instead two places. There's a smaller Lemuria and a greater Lemuria, and they both exist, just not inside of the ice walls. In fact, they were always in the area outside of the ice walls. In fact, very far away from the ice walls. Not only it is not inside of the ice walls, but it's not in the spirit ring beyond the ice walls, and not in the Atlas, as is called this area right here, but instead all the way into Akupara, aka the second ring. Which to me sounds a bit crazy, but it's an interesting topic. Either way, Lemuria has always fascinated me as soon as I discovered about it, and just another option to talk about it is a great.
We gotta talk more Lemuria, man. Shout to Natural by Law, who done some great drop. And again, go dig on this latest drop, man. He's just popping off. All gas, no brakes, man. Natural by Law, man. Just put in Natural by Law. See what come up, man. And go crazy, boss. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yo, Seth, let's get a few minutes of this, man. This is the PSYOP of Odessa, Prester John, the Tartars, and the Khans. This is on the BitChute.com flow, so click the link below. Lego. Fair use in your caboose. I'm a belly flop. Pass these out.
Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly.
What?
And I want to say
You
that.
know what you're talking about, Hijack City. You don't know what you're talking about.
New homeowners, congrats on your purchase.
Man, I shouldn't have to purchase. Let's go.
But they never had a chance to even barter or exchange any type of information with the Christian Europeans, because when they fell upon Jerusalem, they killed man, woman, and child. Every Jew, every Muslim inside Jerusalem was killed in that battle, and they took the city.
Okay.
So this was 1099 AD in the Crusades. Now, the Dome of the Rock, the Muslim temple, you guys all know about, you've seen pictures of it. The Dome of the Rock was completely taken and turned into a Christian a shrine called Templum Domini. This army went around defeating all the other Islamic hosts that it met. And finally, they just fled. They just left them alone. They realized this is a superior fighting force. They left them alone. And in this one crusade, this fighting force, they established 4 Christian states. They didn't just take Jerusalem. They took Edessa, they took Antioch, and they went to Libya, and they took Tripoli. These 4 Christian states were carved out of the Muslim Empire, and they garrisoned it, and they left it there. Now, the problem is they didn't end the Order of Malta because they didn't know that the Order of Malta was playing both ends from the middle. So they still had an enemy among them. So many years pass. We're talking about like 29 years. And the Knights Templar are officially recognized in the Council of Troyes. I told you they had copied the Jewish banking system, and it was widely known even in those days that the Knights Templar were actively working against Jewish interests at that time. And this explains the later history of the Templars and how so much opposition came against them, and then how they were hunted like dogs in the end. Many of them rounded up, killed, and captured and tortured. It's you have to understand the Roman.
So were they against the Jewish or against Judah? Were they for Judah and against the Ish? Were you talking about the bloodlines when you talk to Templar? We got a Templar up.
The Roman Catholic papacy. Its history has not always been what it is today. There was a time during the Crusades when the papacy was anti-Semitic, 100%. And they were passing papal bulls and all kinds of things against the Jews. All that changed. And the Pope started wearing little hats, started working with them. Then they were overrun and taken over by them. And the tone of the papacy since then has not been that way. But these are the events that led up to all that. So the Europeans are now in control of Jerusalem, but that's neither here nor there, because that's not what the Crusades were really about at all. Again, remember, just like World War I and World War II, what were they? What have I told you in prior presentations? They were bankers' wars. It's exactly what they were. So the Knights Templar was so effective and so deadly and was becoming so rich, they copied the entire Jewish financial model. They copied it. That the Pope even became alarmed. And he issued a papal bull in 1138 AD. He issued this papal bull and said that the Knights Templar owed no allegiance to any European monarchy and owed allegiance only to the Pope himself. Now, on the surface, it looks like he's raising the Templars up on a platform to where they're more powerful than everybody else. But what it really is, it's a control mechanism. He's trying to pull in the Knights Templars, but they're not stupid. These men were not stupid at all. They were created. This order was created by the very man who opposed Rome himself, Gottfried. So anyway, so 1144 comes around and Edessa falls. The Muslims, so many years have passed now that the Muslims invade Edessa, Christian city of Edessa, and they take it. And the Second Crusade now ends in disaster. So in 1 year later is 1145, and we have something that we have this morale all throughout Europe. It's like, what do we do all this for? We lost all these people. We lost all these women and children. Finally, we take Jerusalem and we carve out all this area, and we think they're told Europeans were living on a high for a while. We beat the enemy. We went over there. We did this. Now, all of a sudden, they just come over here and slaughter all the people of Edessa and just take it? Yeah, Europeans, it was a huge moral blow. Word spread from court to court to court. And you guys know how it works in the medieval case societies. It's just the news would come in on the trade routes and by ship, and it would filter down from the castles and the keeps all the way down to the common people. And word spread like wildfire. There's nothing else to talk about. The Muslims have risen up and they butchered our people, and they took back one of the Christian states, Edessa. So our intrigue begins. Rome and its agents have to come up with some type of plan. Like, man, we've already beaten down and stolen so much wealth from the Europeans. We don't know. We got to do something. We got to continue this. It's been too lucrative to us. We're getting too enriched. We can't let them stop now just because they're getting beat. They got beat, lost the city. So suddenly, a document surfaces, a report. But what's highly suspicious about it is that within a year, all of Europe knew about it. That means there was active dissemination of this report. It's an actual report. Now, In this report, which appears in Chronica of Otto van, I can't pronounce it, it's Freisingen, I believe, Freisingen, Otto van Freisingen, in 1145 AD, a year after the fall of Edessa, there is a report about a mighty Christian emperor. This Christian emperor had just defeated a Persian army. This Christian emperor had vowed to help the Christian Europeans take back Jerusalem. The rumor was that he was an actual blood descendant of one of the three magi that had visited Jesus and given baby Jesus gifts.
Baby Jesus, right? So here comes the hijack, the Magi. You know, we are the Magi. The Magi is a bloodline, but in the New Testament, they made it some Ethiopian, right, that comes and bows down to baby Jesus. This is how they rewrite our story, that we got to bow down to baby Zeus. So if you don't think the hijack will take their gods and colonize you and give you their same gods and rebrand them as some savior that you have to go through to even get to your creator, you got to go through the Son to get to the Father. Like, you don't think they'll rebrand you and give you a New Testament for you to see and ask the simple question, who's calling what new and who's calling what old? Who gave me a new tune and where's my ancient love song? And what does music do for my frequency in my blood, in my bloodline, boss?
In the gospel. This report said that this emperor had taken his invasion force unopposed all the way to the Tigris. But because of the weather conditions in the Tigris, he couldn't get over, so he traveled north, and the weather just got worse, so he just ended up going back home.
It's crazy, man.
This ruler.
We just heard about the Tigris, right? We just read about the Tigris in Lost Tribes and Promised Land, Ronald Sanders. Oh, they couldn't get to him because of this Tigris. No, you couldn't get to the Prester because you weren't supposed to get to the Prester because they not like us.
This emperor was in the document is called Prester John.
Let's go.
This report, if it was just a report, would have never really entered the historical record because thousands of reports back in that day were circulated, and we don't have any evidence of them except for the few that were cited in different books that have survived till today. So the problem we have is that we have a document that was released to the public, and it wasn't just released. It flew just as fast as any word of the most epic import in ancient societies. The entire European communities were on fire. They had help from somebody rumored to be around India or Africa, which there never was a specification, and the reason why.
There never was a specification. It's all vague, geographical vagueness, just like Ronald Sanders said in Lost Tribes and Promised Land. The area is not specified. The Portuguese are looking in Ethiopia and Africa, couldn't find nothing. They found another African Ethiopian Khan, but he wasn't Prester John. Then they came over here, and the British Museum has Prester John on a map in North America, huh? And then they find you, and they tell you from Africa, huh? And they give somebody else these titles, natives and this, and they corner you in to this African story of getting off some boats of some slave ship, and nobody fought for you, right, boss? Nobody even came over here checking for you to bring you back to the land, right, boss? But you so African, right, boss? No, you the Khan that they just found here in the land of Prester John.
Is because Europeans back then had very, very little idea about the world outside of Europe. Everything was a blur.
Period.
They just didn't know. They had come out of the Dark Ages. They're now in the Middle Ages, and education since the end of the Dark Ages hadn't really increased with most of the common people. So we have a situation of this document coming into this guy's possession. But there's only one group of people in the Middle Ages that could have spread that type of word, copies of that document all over Europe, and written in the languages where they were to be received. There's no other culture in Europe that had that ability. There was no postal service back then. There was only a Semitic service. And they passed information on a daily basis through their own couriers all over Europe.
There were dragons. There be dragons. You don't need aviation, airplanes if you have dragons. And this is what they were blowing up in World War I and World War II, nuking this and nuking that, dropping bombs on these dragons. Free Phineas, man. Because when we fell asleep, our dragons fell asleep with us.
Europe, they had the greatest information network the world had ever seen, and they maintained it for over 1,000 years. All roads lead back to the Exilarchy.
The Exilarch. Where did we just get that? And look at all these Tartarian high frequency monuments. Nah, man, these are the same. Hold on, man. They just said Exilarch, but hold on.
That type of word, copies of that document all over Europe, and written in the languages where they were to be received. There's no other culture in Europe that had that ability.
Okay.
There was no postal service back then. There was only a Semitic service. And they passed information on a daily basis through their own couriers all over Europe. They had the greatest information network the world had ever seen, and they maintained it for over 1,000 years.
The letters of Prester John reached Nagas no matter what the climate was. It was past your civil service, civic service, whatever you want to call it. It was aerial flight that was dropping this letter in all languages, in all countries, no matter the climate. And that's in the letter of Prester John. And that's archived in Prester John Legend and its sources by Keegan Brewer. So it's all here. The sources are here. The sources are clear. And it's because, interesting, this type of architecture is the same type of architecture that we would see with Montezuma, right? I said Montezuma, right? Look at the background, right? It's the same stuff they found here, man. Don't say you brought it here when what you built this after you found Montezuma. Is that what the hijack's saying? We found the copper colored Khan Montezuma, and then we built these fabulous buildings. Really? While fighting the Indians, right? While fighting the Nagas already here, you built these buildings, or were they already here? And what do you say about the Exilarchy?
All roads lead back to the Exilarchy.
And the Exilarch is the Khans that were, the chiefs during these captivities, whether it's Babylonian captivity, whoever's at the head. At this point, you got the Prester. And his son is the Exilarch. And all roads lead back to the, what did he say? All roads lead back.
Really increased with most of the common people. So we have a situation of this document coming into this guy's possession. But there's only one group of people in the Middle Ages that could have spread that type of word, copies of that document all over Europe, and written in the languages where they were to be received.
They not like us.
There's no other culture in Europe that had that ability. There was no postal service back then. There was only a Semitic service.
Dragons.
and they passed information on a daily basis through their own couriers all over Europe. They had the greatest information network the world had ever seen.
And what about the Exilarch, boss?
And they maintained it for over 1,000 years. All roads lead back to the Exilarchy.
All roads lead back to Prester John Gondawi. And this is the David that was married with Tamar, right? Queen Tamar. Lego. Yeah. Did David kill a man, or did David defend the land? Because in the Tamar flow, David is her childhood love. She's promised to be married off to somebody else in the family, this Uriah or Uriah. And this Uriah, instead of being this faithful, perfect man that he is in the Bible, this Uriah, this Prince Uriah, this Uri, they call him Prince Uri, comes for the kingdom and, starts an entire military coup to overthrow Queen Tamar and her tribe. And, she calls on David's Sauceland, which means the menacing look, the deadly glance, David. And he comes, he's already her childhood love. He, puts down this military coup. He puts down this usurpness, this hijackness. And then, they return to each other and pop off. So that's a different story than the biblical flow of the Uriah and David kills a man to get to his wife Bathsheba. No, Bathsheba is Tamar. But you're going to have to surf the wave. Click the link below for the full list, the playlist of Prester Johns, and make sure you're getting Prester John 3 and all 1, 2, and 3. And we had that for only $45 for all Prester flows. That's 140 right now, 41 full videos and all the links and books. If you want that in one flash drive, then, dig on the Cash App below and make sure you, take advantage of the first, second, third wave of orders going in to get those first, man, because we got them for you. And we're making sure we got our time capsules for you. So that's how you support our investigation so we can continue. And, our goal is to do this all the time, full time, not divide our time, but to be studying and reconning and building at all times. So if you want to support this vision for the cons to do this, then why not support the Prester Pak? Support the MHOE, All this is flowing towards our land and our flow. Support 432 The Drive. We popping off the continuation of our fifth wave. Please become a Dragon sponsor. We took a long hiatus. A lot of our sponsors also took a hiatus, so we're kind of starting all over, So if you want to be a part of this new wave, which is the wave, the continuation, then please become a Dragon sponsor, and we'll drop the link soon. So if you were a previous sponsor, please, be a sponsor again as we, pop off 24/7, straight from the app, straight from the live radio app, So we don't have to depend on YouTube, Instagram, nobody. We can broadcast live with our radio, 432 hertz music, and read our books on you straight from the app, man, straight from, our homes, So support us, become a Dragon. We call it a Copper Dragon, Silver Dragon, or Gold Dragon sponsor. $25, $50, or $100, whatever you want to give a month. And, this will go evenly towards our tribe that's dropping in the ether, our ether squad, AHOP to our ether squad. So, this is what we're doing so that we can separate from Hijack City, live off our land, live on our land, and pop off Managa and drop this drop in real time. And we know that we're needed more than ever to drop this drop, to read these books, to share our perspective, Dragonfly perspective. So become a Dragon on the wall, protector on the wall, as you've always been. And, join us in the continuation of the fifth wave and look out for the links to be a Dragon sponsor. So these are ways to support our flow, Managi, whatever we're doing, whatever we popping off. And you already been there from day one, man. And ThaWaDa HaWah for you. This is Prester 141. Look out for 142. We're talking exit logs. I'll drop that link. This is another link. I think it's the same person. Let's see.
Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially.
Will Trump be president
Survival
again,
food
man?
surpasses gold in value.
Okay.
And our pouches are built.
Hey, so does melanin.
What's up, everybody? This is day 5 of no internet in my world.
Let's go, man.
So that I'll be the only one left with a working device. Solomon and his whole court flew there on their magic carpet back in the day. So this is an interesting story about Prester John's kingdom being located over in that area. I don't have any pretty pictures for you on this one, so you'll just have to flex your imagination. But hey, I enjoy listening to interesting stories, so hopefully you will too.
Himalayas, what?
Medieval maps show a mysterious country in Asia marked Kingdom of Presbyter John. Geographically, it stretched from Turkestan to Tibet and from...
How can this Naga not exist? This Naga is in every single history. Chinese, Tibetan, Hebrew, under the King David flow, the Covenant flow, my Naga. You're talking about Holy Land. What? Kandawi. Everybody knows about Kandawi. Everybody knows about the Prester, man. Everybody in the world got the letter.
From the Himalayas to the Gobi Desert. This land has surprising analogies with the realm of Hierarchus, the holy ruler, described by Philostratus in his Life of Apollonius of Tyana. In 1145, the historian Otto of Freising learned of Presbyter or Prester John, a priest king who lived beyond Armenia and Persia in the Far East. He was supposed to have been of the ancient progeny of the Magi mentioned in the Gospel of the 3 wise men. The Chronicle of Alberic DTF says that in 1165, a letter from the Eastern potentate reached Manuel I, the Emperor of Byzantium, Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire, as well as other rulers, also received similar messages from Prester.
Remember this name, Alberic de Troyes Fontaines. Remember 1165. Remember Alberic for the dismount.
John. Stacks of letters of this diplomatic correspondence are still in the archives of the Vatican, and most of them have never been made public. On the 27th of September, 1177, from Venice, Pope Alexander III addressed a letter to the illustrious and magnificent King of the Indies. As the Catholic Encyclopedia rightly says, judging from the details of the letter, it is certain that the recipient was no mythical personage. Sending his...
This ain't no myth, boss. This ain't no mythological nah. This is a real substance. This is the mysterious substance of unknown origin. This is the dragon. This is you. High King. King of Kings, right? Highest of the kings of the earth, Psalms 89.
His apostolic benediction to the famous and high king of the Indians, the Pope said that he is
King of the Indians. I told y'all, Naga's right. King of the Indians. So you see it on this India, Kamari Kanda, Tamil, Chola. We talking about the King of the Indies. We still talking Prester John, King of the Indies.
Heard of him from many persons in common report, and more especially from Master Philip, our friend and physician, who had talked with great and honorable men of your kingdom. Dr. Philip took this letter and left for Asia. Unfortunately, the outcome of the papal legate's mission has never been disclosed. Did he perish during his journey or remain in Prester John's kingdom? That distant country was full of marvels. The Phantom Emperor ruled his kingdom with a scepter of pure emeralds. Before his palace stood a magic mirror in which the king was able to observe everything that was happening.
Do you think it's play? Or do they put this magic mirror right now on all these Netflix shows? That they can see the whole kingdom through it, right? Talking to Portal, boss.
Only in the province of his kingdom, but also in the neighboring countries. So I'm guessing this is the origin of the idea of magic mirror, if this is going back to 1165, which is before the 1300s in the gray area of
all this mirror on the wall, all this comes from the Prester. This is your story, man.
Dark Ages. But just think about this magic mirror. Back to what I was saying at the beginning, 100 years after the internet apocalypse, what would people call this? Well, it's got a lot of mirror-like qualities to it. And you
Stop it, man. He could see the whole kingdom, man. This is lesser magic.
Even have a big one. So it's no stretch of the imagination for this to be called a mirror. And if it all of a sudden went from this to someone talking to you, that would seem really magical. So is this what we're talking about with Prester John's kingdom? Did he have...
Only the hijack can do this. Put John Travolta. Only the hijack. Again, back to Professor Sky. They're looking at Prester from the outside looking in. That's how you get John Travolta, man. That's how you do it. But it's all good. MHOE. We boogie boogie. My jigger take the wheel.
Of surveillance TVs of the kingdom? I don't know, but it sure seems like the simplest answer here. It fits all the qualities. And I'll just tell you, I'm one of the biggest skeptics out there about there being, really advanced technology in the last 500 years. It certainly wasn't available on a large scale to many people. But I could buy into the idea that this came from the last world age before the Noah's flood reset. But back to what I was saying at the beginning, if you did go through an internet electrical apocalypse and you had the only working device on Earth, even if it's just an audio book of fiction, even better if you've got some video downloaded, you could start a secret society right there and your descendants would become the priest class side quest. That's my thought on magic mirrors.
Whoa, flying dragons carry men swiftly through the air for long distances. Like I said in the last drive, he's talking about how the letter get passed. It was their private servants. Man, they had flying dragons carrying men swiftly through the air for long distances. A truth drug. Hold up, man. I'm going to let him say it. Why am I reading this?
That's coming from a different world age, but it was like a wagon wheel. Anyway, if there's anybody still here after that side quest, that's my thought on magic mirrors. That sounds like lost ancient tech up there with Vimanas and cosmological weapons they had. But also in Prester John's kingdom, flying dragons carried men swiftly through the air for long distances. Again, that sounds like possible tech. A truth drug purified a person taking it and compelled him to disclose his true identity. This was the reason why impure spirits did not dare take possession of anyone in the kingdom, which thus required no other psychotherapy. Probably the greatest attraction of the land was the fountain of eternal youth. When worthy men and women desired to be rejuvenated, all they had to do was fast and then take 3 draughts from the fountain. Immediately sickness and old age departed, and they appeared to be 30 years old. It is claimed.
So why they stop looking for the fountain of youth over there and only start looking for it over here within the last 500 years? After they found Prester John and the
claim that Prester John himself prolonged his life to the patriarchal age of 562 years. Eaglestone.
And that's why they're searching for 500 years. That's why they're searching for 500 years. Because he was at least 562 years old and going strong. Boss for the dismount.
Were able not only to improve one's power of vision, but could also render a man invisible if worn on a ring.
Enoch went invisible with magic rings.
Magic stones could heat or freeze anything and illuminate the countryside for 8 kilometers, or else plunge the environs into...
They could see the country for 5 miles with their ring.
Complete darkness.
In complete darkness, boss.
The entrance to a shrine containing a magic stone was guarded by two aged men who admitted only virtuous people. A huge 13-storied tower rose in the city of Prester John. There were no poor in Prester John's kingdom, and justice prevailed in his realm, nor did crime or vice exist there.
Again, we got a nation of code keepers. We're going to get more. We're going to stop at 1, 2, 3, 4. Surf the wave. Ahab yourself to real. For real. Damn. That was dope. Alberic. Alberic. Let's get to the legend. Let's get to the legend. Alberic and the letter of Prester John. We're going to belly flop. For the dismount. Only HaWah. Because we talking Cathay, but they call it Black Cathay, was the land of Prester John. So we seeing Cathay in India superior like we saw. We talking Black Cathay. We talking King John or Prester John or the Priest King, man. Let's go. They not like us. 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 1122, a mysterious man calling himself John, patriarch of the Indians, appeared in Rome. We're reading Prester John legend and sources by King and Brewer. In Rome and narrated before Pope Calixtus II, stories of marvels and miracles which took place in his homeland, especially in connection with St. Thomas, who in Christian tradition was supposed to have converted India. Which one? We're just talking about the Code Keepers. 20 years later, when a tremendous battle took place in the Far East, Europeans would cast their mind back to this earlier John. So we're still talking the Khan John. We're still talking Prester John. Europeans would cast their minds back to this John. In reality, the battle was between a Mongol warlord by the name of Yellow Dashi and the leader of the Muslim world, Sultan Sanjar, who was utterly defeated. Crusaders in the Holy Land interpreted this victorious Mongol warlord to be a mighty Christian king and dubbed him Prester John, convinced that he intended to assist them to defeat the Muslims in the Crusade. Same story, right? And thus the legend of Prester John was born. So their conjecture is that he's just this Yellow Dashi character, or just the king of Ethiopia, or just this and just that. In reality, they still don't have no recordation. They still haven't, got no proof that they've truly caught up with the Khan of Khans, the King of Kings, or, with the orientation we have, these Kingdom of Prester John outside the second ice ring. So, did Prester just go to his other land here or other land here? Is there only one place? Can you really catch the Presters? And what's this war with Genghis Khan and Prester John really about? Around 2 decades later, an anonymous European writer adopted the persona of Prester John and wrote a humorous letter describing his marvelous kingdom. So, whoever conjecture this is, they just wanted to be humorous. They just wanted to be a joke. They wanted to be mythos. They want your story to be mythology. These marvels, although they put them in the Marvels today, into the Avenger flow today, they want the Marvel just to be, some humorous thing, some entertainment. But Prester John is far from entertainment. They not like us. They not like us. Alberic. So, we're talking legends and we're talking sources. We're talking legends and talking sources. You got Otto, Lord Abbot of Rheims' letter to Count Thomas on a certain miracle. St. Thomas the Apostle. Just going quickly so you got the drop. And they got it in Latin, they got it in English. And I know we come across this Alberic letter that they mentioned before. We still need to get some translations out the Latin flow because I know we're missing a lot. And this is when they start their interpolations on the Prester John letter, and they have all this stuff in Latin as well. We still haven't gotten through the whole thing, man. This is a lot of drop here. Reminds me a lot of the building of Solomon's temple, all these specific measurements and these cubes of, all these different type of materials, man. A lot of crystals, a lot of gold, right? All right, then you got the W and R Espestola, Relatio of Davi. And a lot of this is going to bring you right into the Genghis Khan flow. And there we have it, the Alberic. And just like you just mentioned, I say, remember the Alberic de Troyes Fontaine's Chronica, dated between 1232 and 1241. Alberic's Chronicle, penned progressively from 1232 to 1241, discusses various aspects of the Prester John letter, providing accounts of the Prester John letter, Alexander III's letter, the Fifth Crusade, and giving in particular further details of conquest of the Mongols in Russia and Eastern Europe. We're just talking Genghis Khan and the Rus in them, right? Alberic was the first Christian author who acknowledged the Mongols might be neither Christian nor Saracen, as they try to apply Saracens to the Islamic, right? Only. They're pretty much saying that that these Mongols, which means just the great ones, is Mongols or Moors, right? The Mongols are Moors, are neither Christian or Saracen. So the Moors that they give us are just Saracen or just Islamic or just Mohammedan, right? But the real Mongols are neither Christian nor Muslim. They are Hebrew, Monogamy. And that's the secret that they're all keeping and working together, Psalms 83, to make sure the name of Israel is no more in remembrance. that these Mongols, these great ones, are a Hebrew empire, the American Empire, Kalelu's Empire, Jerusalem Empire. At the end of this excerpt, Alberic changed his mind about associating Prester John with the Mongols and put forward the idea that the Mongols killed Prester John, because now he got specific about Genghis Khan. Because within the Mongol, tribes and lineage, Genghis Khan has a place, right? But then they can play around in their telling of the story, and then they could say, well, the Mongol is Genghis Khan, and he's the one that killed Prester John. But Prester John is still a Mongol. He's still a great one. So you have a tribe of Mongols that killed the other tribe of Mongols, or a tribe of Hebrews, as the Moabites would still say they're Hebrews, right? Although they're just the, nephew of Abraham, not Abraham's seed themselves. But they would still say they're sons of Eber. So they're still Mongols, they're still great ones, but the great ones are as great ones do, which means that they are code keepers. And these Mongols, these Genghis, these Khans, these fake Khans, killed the real Khan, the Prester John. Or did he go to more lands beyond the pole? They took over his dominion, an idea that became increasingly popular as an explanation for why the belligerent Mongols were initially thought to be benevolent Christian kings. So we got to dig deeper, God. And then they go right into the year 1165, which is the year of the Prester John letter. And again, they call him king of the Indians, my nigga. And again, I can't make this stuff up, man. We can't make this stuff up. But it's what's happening in our Facebook. The music is the vibe. And they hop to the cons and join the vibe on IG. The music is the vibe, man. What does the music have to do with your bloodline, with your blood ties?
With a small loudspeaker in the incubator that's feeding music to that blood. At the same time that that's happening, we have another vial of the same blood. We have a Faraday cage, which is electromagnetically screened, but it's also a very, very quiet environment. So that blood is not receiving any music, it's just receiving quiet. We go through a protocol that first dilutes the blood by a certain ratio with a buffer solution, and then we extract a small amount of that mixed blood. When we put that blood into the cell counter, it will tell us how many cells are actually live and what the term is viable. The cells in the Faraday cage have not fared very well at all. Mostly dead.
But if the cells are dead, that means that the cells from the tube that got exposed to my voice, they'll be dead too. I mean, it's the same blood.
I hope you can see this. Dilute the sample. More cells alive than the cell counter can count. That's a huge difference between the music and the quiet.
Is that true?
Well, look.
This is amazing.
Wow.
So I think we should repeat and see if we get the same result.
Science. Let's go. Science drop 101.
Above the range that it can count, cells that are transiting towards being dead have been actually re-enlivened to the extent...
Whoa, you mean like the Valley of Dry Bones, boss? You mean like they got that breath?
...that so many of them are now alive. It's really wonderful. An amazing result.
Wow. What we've just seen is absolutely amazing. It's like a real-life example of what's said in the Bible. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. The experiment we saw proves this in a big way. It was Anders Holte, known for his unique, kind of otherworldly music, whose voice re-enlivened the cells. That's mind-blowing. Of course, the point of this experiment is to showcase the power of harmonious sounds. It's not just about Anders Holte's unique ability, it's a bigger picture about good frequencies and their importance. This experiment helps us understand how vital these harmonious frequencies are. And it's not just any sound that has the power to re-enliven cells, but those that are in harmony, in tune with nature, and beneficial to our well-being. Credit for this goes to Dr. John Stuart Reid and the documentary The One Field, a film by Sippy Raz. Without this film, we might never have known about this incredible experiment. I really encourage you to watch the entire film because it's an eye-opener. You'll find links in the description. Think about it. If Anders Holte's voice, along with such beautiful and harmonious sounds, can wake up cells that were almost dead, it really makes you wonder about the music we listen to every day. Some of it is deliberately off-tune or tuned to harmful frequencies.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. So no matter what song it is, if we're not tuning it, or it's not being tuned to our harmonic frequency, it's being given to us in a dead frequency. Like Kanye admitted with the 808s, 808s and heartbreaks, man, literally. So the Valley of Dry Bones and the breath is literally in the frequency, in the music. 4 + 3 + 2 is the 9, the spiral. We back in the 1.
Now, let's take a look at another one of Dr. John Stuart Reid's incredible discoveries, this time from his work in the pyramids of Egypt. Imagine this. Dr. Reid, in a setting as ancient and mysterious as the pyramids, places sand on a sarcophagus. As he conducts his experiment with sound vibrations, something absolutely phenomenal happens. Hieroglyphs begin to emerge. It's as if the sand, dancing to the tune of the vibrations, starts to unveil secrets that have been hidden for thousands of years.
So you had to play a certain vibration to even see the hieroglyphs to decipher the code.
It all started back at the Great Pyramid in 1997. 3 weeks before I was due to go out to Egypt, I severely injured my lower back. I thought I would have to cancel the whole mission, but somehow I managed to get into the pyramid. Other people carried the equipment. The experiment that was designed was to make visible the resonances in the sarcophagus. I set up the experiment. Then I stretched PVC membrane across the open top of the sarcophagus. Then I sprinkled sand on the membrane. And when we switched on the sound, this is just pure tones, electronically created tones. A whole range of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs started to appear in the sand.
That's crazy.
First one was the hieroglyph for backbone or spinal column. It was writhing about like a snake. Antiquities inspector, he was like, how you do that? How you do that? We saw lots and lots of different hieroglyphs coming out on this membrane. But what was so extraordinary was within 20 minutes of making sound, all the pain in my back left me. It never did come back. It's an extraordinary moment in my life that changed my life forever.
The remarkable healing Dr. John Stuart Reid experienced in
So the frequencies, the somatics, they call it somatics. You put it on a sand on the medium, you play do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. In 440, it starts to separate. In 432, it comes together. It is enabling you to see clearly the code. And these hieroglyphs are nothing but frequency. Just like the paleo. Let's go.
In the Great Pyramid strongly underscores the therapeutic potential of sound. His sudden relief from chronic back pain serves as a compelling testament to how sound frequencies can directly and significantly impact our physical health. This breakthrough opens thrilling new research possibilities in sound therapy and holistic healing, suggesting that sound is not just an abstract concept, but a practical tool for addressing physical health issues. This leads us to revisit the role of sound in ancient architecture. The Great Pyramid, renowned for its precision in both architecture and astronomy, may also have been intentionally designed with an intricate understanding of acoustics. Could it be that this iconic structure was more than a tomb or monument? Perhaps it served as an advanced resonant chamber for healing purposes, or other functions that we're yet to fully comprehend. The emergence of hieroglyphs in response to sound vibrations in Dr. Reed's experiment hints that the ancient Egyptians might have encoded a sophisticated understanding of sound's effects in their writing and architecture. This revelation could radically transform our understanding of ancient civilizations, suggesting they had a profound grasp of the physical and metaphysical aspects of sound. But if music and sound hold such power that they can reanimate blood cells, as seen in the previous experiment, or heal Dr. Reed's back permanently, it raises a critical question. What effect does the music we listen to, the music that's promoted everywhere, have on us? We've all seen how music can have darker, even demonic aspects. If sound can influence cells in our brain, particularly our subconscious, then the impact of our daily sonic environment becomes a matter of significant importance. Here's a clip of Michael Jackson discussing the hypnotic power of music, underscoring how deeply and subtly it can affect us.
Singers, when they sing songs, it's like a mantra. You repeat a chorus over and over and over. So when a kid hears a song and he starts singing that chorus over and over and over, then you start to hear it in the alpha state to the subconscious mind. So you start to become the song or become what you're saying.
In the Bible, it speaks that there's life in. So when Kendrick says they not like us and it becomes a part of our subconscious and we know who us is, then we can now be unified in our subconscious when we know who the us is. And the us is the Bloods and the Crips, the GD and the BD, the folk and the Vice Lord. The us is the two cross sticks coming back together. The us is the Tao, my nigga. Life and death and power in the tongue. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Be careful with the things you consistently talk about, because you're inviting that energy and vibration into your life.
After hearing Michael Jackson talk about how music can transform our subconscious, much like a mantra, and Tyrese Gibson referencing the biblical verse, death and life are in the power of the tongue, we're led to a crucial aspect of music. It's tuning. It's widely discussed that the standard tuning frequency for music has been shifted from its original tone, a change attributed to decisions made by entities like the Rockefeller Foundation.
You just saw it, man. They took it out to 432, brought it to the 440. Now the radio, the TVs are playing the same frequency. They all decided on this one frequency, and it separates us. Then we know the unity of us is the mass importance, man. They not like us, it's us versus them. Those that choose to create a new tune is they.
This shift in frequency,
but we in the 432, boss, because this is the 9. The 9 code, the 9 spiral. Spiral up.
Minor, but its implications are profound. Music is more than just melodies and rhythms. It's a constant stream of lyrics and vibrations that we absorb, often without fully realizing their impact. As Michael Jackson pointed out, these lyrics can become our subconscious mantras, shaping our thoughts and beliefs in subtle yet powerful ways. The frequency at which music is played, now commonly at 440 hertz, a shift from the traditional 432 hertz.
The traditional 432 hertz is the ancient love song. They came over here to retune us. And it's more than just what they teach you in school. It's the frequency from these cell phone towers. It's the frequency from these televisions. The frequency from these radios are not tuned to 432. So they're changing your reality by changing your frequency. And this shift from the traditional took us out of our traditions, our origins, our ancient love song.
Is another layer to this. This alteration in frequency can have a significant impact on how we perceive and are affected.
Oh man, it's the search for Prester John, which means it's the search for your frequency. It's the search for yourself, your mama, your pops, man, your ancient ones, your ancestors, your children. It's your frequency.
By music. We're essentially facing a double challenge: lyrics that can unconsciously influence our mindset, and frequencies that might be affecting our well-being at a cellular level. This realization calls for a more conscious approach to the music we choose to listen to.
That's why we got a tune, Not Like Us, to 432, so look out for it. We're going to drop it on our website at 432thedrop.com. You're going to be able to hear Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us in 432 hertz for the first time, man. We're going to tune it ourselves, man. Lego.
Instead of passively consuming mainstream music, which may be crafted to be addictive or carry certain subliminal messages, we can opt for alternatives. Indie music or any genre that maintains the integrity of sound and lyrical positivity can be a healthier choice.
Shout out Miss Lauryn Hill, man. Zion Marley Khan, man. Miss Lauryn Hill, you know, Apple Music says she had the #1 album of all time, man. We already been dropping that Miseducation of Lauryn Hill in 432 hertz live, man, on the stream, man, dropping it, man. So tune in, download the app, let us know, man. If you have any issues getting it, we're gonna make sure it's available to you, and we're gonna pop off our Lauryn Hill flow and just do a whole listening party of the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill in 432 hertz, 432 the drop radio. Let's go.
By selecting music tuned to more harmonious frequencies, such as the original 432 hertz, we can foster positive emotions like love.
Ooh, we just popping off. Shout out to Black Aliens XYZ. They not like us. They not like us. We out of here, boss. Make sure you in the Discord where a con could be a con. Tibet Zahn is over here making sure we are A1 like the sauce, man. And you see all these categories, man. So Naga's coming here every day and just drop something on one of these or many of these categories, man. And we gotta, who got the drop is for everybody. Just a drop they drop, man. Shout out Miss Aqua Ty Bazan, man. And of course, who else is up in here, man? I'm up in, Drop's up in here, man. Behind the Nine is up in here, man. Who else is up in here, man? Mary Bobby, what it do? Mary Bobby, Ty Bazan, stay up in here, man. Dropping that indigenous truth. I like it, man. St. Thomas, yeah, we're talking St. Thomas. Two Tick Rig up here, dropping that drop, man. No more hijack, what it do? Okay. Type as I'm 432. Shout out to Relo, everybody, all these niggas, man. Everybody you see over here on the right, man. It's up in here, man. How real is that, man? Oh, Kuda Mayo, okay, I didn't know, man. No Nori. And we got all kind of cons, man. And shout out to the con Fred, man. He got his own land, got his own farm, man. Like, tap in with Fred for real, for that life, man. All these cons, man. And see it, man. O's, what it do? Oh, Dailies, oh, Mac, bro, what it do, man? Pure water, Peter G. Look at all these cons up in here. I didn't even know, man. I didn't even know all you cons are up in here, man. But y'all up in here. Y'all up in here. And of course, man, we got the Prester. Who is Prester John, man? What y'all got, man? What y'all on, tribe? Y'all got some drop on the Prester, man? Let's see what they dropping on the Prester John. St. Thomas. Oh, okay. He found some cathedral drop, man. And it's supposed to be the Prester here, man. That's fly, man. Okay. Yeah, I see it. I see it, boss. He got the emerald crown, man. Shout out to the con, man. All right. St. Thomas, what it do? Surfing the wave. Okay. Hey, man. St. Thomas said it just hit me. Family John the Baptist. Let's get it bigger. And then another lineage touched back down, claiming to have founded places like Chicago. Shout out to my Chi-Town knockers, like John Baptiste Point de Sable, which for some reason they had to let us know he was a Negro. But why? As the first non-native to settle the land, could it be code word of sorts for his mission and not his true name? So what? Of course, we got the fountain of youth. And before it was just baptizing anywhere, we had the water that turned our tribe back to the age of 32, my nigga. Yeah, that water. St. Thomas got that water. Two Tick Rick said if you start looking for the construction companies that don't exist for the old world architecture that they haven't been able to destroy or explain away, I found that things like May and Sons is code for Masons. What? Okay. Go dig on it. Names like Bernstein or something similar is code for fire, Bernstein. These hijacks left code words and phrases for their own. Once we see the patterns, we can begin to decipher what they're saying. St. Thomas said, that's funny you say that. Y'all remember a couple years ago when we found out about the Mineral Springs Healing Resort, that guy built in Arizona somewhere, and the FBI came and shut it down and put him in prison. Well, on the brochure, he had one of the earlier Ford vehicles that was featured on it that debuted that debuted at the Chicago's World Fair. And when looked at a little deeper, it went on to talk about how Henry Ford had gone to Europe to seek funding for this manufacturing and got it from his friend, which was Prince of some Middle Eastern family. Sounds like permission from the pharaohs to me. Tracing back, these charters are very telling, man. Y'all need to get up in here, man. Two Tick Rick popping off. Finds the Prester on the maps, like the Mercator map. They tried to change that up, but you see the Kawam Khan. We see the Kawam Khan holding the towel. That's amazing right there. Go get the drop, man. That's all we telling you. Yeah, Two Tick Rick. This is the one on the Mercator projection here. But he was originally here. Yeah. Objects in mirror might be closer than what they appear, because the prete is the prester. The prete is the preste. Who oh who is Prester John. Hey, ThaWaDa my cons for surfing the wave on the 141st voyage, man, of the investigation of Prester John. And I just pray y'all reeling up and continue to vibe up, unify, and realize who us is and who they is. We get orientation pies because we know we're already home in the land of the Khan dynasty, in the land of Prester John. ThaWaDa HaWah, that we can be worthy to have our shepherd again. But they shall serve for while their power, and David the Khan, whom I will raise up unto them. Halal HaWah, Halal HaWah, Malaga, Halal HaWah. Shalom to the cons, man. Hey, we did it again. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all y'all. Go get the drop. Get the Prester Paks, Malaga. Get in there. Get all this on a flash drive. Support the cons. And we here, man. Until infinity. All the way up. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Halal.